Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for June 13th, 2016. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berman. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Niss. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Here.
Councilmember Schmidt. Councilmember Woolbach. Here. 7 present.
Thank you. Our first item is a potential closed session with which is a conference with labor negotiators with the city designated representatives being the city manager and his designees pursuant to merit system rules and regulations. Those being James Keene, Molly Stump, Suzanne Mason, Rumi Portillo, Dania Torres-Wong, and Allison Hawk. And then the labor employee organizations are the Palo Alto Fire Chiefs Association, Management Professional and Confidential Employees, and the Utilities Management and Professional Association of Palo Alto. And is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Scharf, seconded by, who was that? Councilmember Woolbach. Please vote. And that passes on a 7-0 vote with Council members Niss and Berman absent. And we will now go into closed session.
Action on 90.1 KZSU Stanford. but both, there's an investigation into Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders has not conceded officially yet, though he met with President Obama. So there's still things could be interesting in Philadelphia, and of course, as well as it could be in Cleveland, where Trump, on the other hand, has had some members of his party endorse him, and he's having trouble coalescing everyone. But on the vote-getting side, he seems to be pretty strong there. But Mitt Romney will not support him. The Bushes won't attend the convention. From Philadelphia, it looks like something interesting. I never knew. This must be from either the Quaker heritage or the in Pennsylvania or the other various religious groups in Pennsylvania that go back in the Revolutionary War. Philadelphia has a very strict alcohol ban, which and you have all these Democrats heading to Philadelphia, and they want to drink, and Democrats like to drink, and they like to party, and I guess they're moving to this was in a Wall Street Journal piece. They're moving to actually loosen up the restrictive alcohol bans in Philadelphia, which I thought was interesting. Also, tonight coming up with the council is budget night, and we're going to get into the budget season. So we'll be hearing very interesting budget analysis, probably till the midnight hour tonight. At Stanford, Ken Burns, award-winning documentarian, who's worked on the Civil War, who's worked on the West, who's worked on baseball, who's going to produce something on stand-up comedy, and Jack Johnson, the heavyweight boxer, and many other things, and of course jazz. He spoke at the commencement that was covered on KZSU radio, and that was on a hot day yesterday. You can hear that replayed on KZSU radio, the Ken Burns piece. That's always interesting. And President Hennessy, also addressed the students, the graduating students. It was his last time doing that as president of Stanford University. And, of course, locally, we have so many things going on. The Warriors are playing tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And in their game, the Sharks had Game 6 last night of the Pittsburgh Penguins. And that was they fell short, and Pittsburgh held up the Stanley Cup. We have soccer going on in the Bay Area. We had the Copa America Cup. And we have the U.S. qualified Euros going on as well, another soccer tournament. In Euro, a big thing has been security because of the terrorist attacks in France and in Brussels. And there was a lot of concern about can they protect the people, which just several weeks ago were victims of a terrible attack. And it was a terrible attack that occurred in Orlando on Saturday night, which has really put a damper on all of the festivities out here in California. A man went in to a gay club, a gay nightclub, with weapons, and called 911. He pledged his allegiance to ISIS, and he murdered 49 people, wounded many, many more who may have these injuries for the rest of their lives. And this, of course, along with San Bernardino, along with Fort Hood, along with the events in Nashville, in Little Rock, and, of course, the Boston Marathon, really puts back into the campaign. Is President Obama protecting us? Is it the job of the President of the United States? He has a Homeland Security Director. Are we really safe at all? And remember when President George Bush, or Governor George Bush, was reelected twice, a big issue was security moms, people who felt after 9/11, which was 15 years ago, that it wasn't safe. And that really is going to be putting this back into the political sphere. President Obama spoke about gun control. Donald Trump has reiterated this, using this as his support for banning Muslims, or a temporary ban on Muslims from countries that are not friendly to the United States, so we know till they can be vented. And Hillary Clinton spoke about going after lone wolves, people who are not exactly linked directly through direct communication to ISIS, to do jihad, but may be radicalized through the internet by themselves or however they're radicalized. In Orlando, apparently the police found out that this man had frequented these clubs, casing them out for his jihad, and he had also looked at Disney World. And one of the former police chiefs for Orlando said that they were always very aware of an attack on Disney World, but they never thought that an LGBT club could be attacked like this, and which, we already wait when we go to sporting events. We wait at airlines. If you go to
Council has just completed a closed session item on labor negotiations, and we have no reportable actions. Our next item is a special order of the day, which is Corey's over here. We have a proclamation to honor Paula Kirkaby for her contributions to the community, and I've asked Councilmember Holman to read the proclamation.
Thank you, and I very much appreciate the opportunity. Whereas Paula Kirkaby first came to Palo Alto in 1956 and opened an art gallery at 200 Homer Avenue in 1969. In 1978, she opened 3 EP Press with partners Mary Margaret Moo Anderson and Joseph Golden, printing fine art editions with artists such as Nathan Oliveira and Frank Lobedell. And whereas in 1984, Paula Kirkaby became sole owner of 3EP Press, and named it Smith Anderson, relocating to its current location on Pepper Avenue in Palo Alto. And whereas for more than 3 decades in a modest Palo Alto building on a residential street, Paula Kirkaby provided extraordinary opportunities for artists to experience printing at the press, developing an impressive roster of editions from artists of national and international acclaim, such as Bruce Conner, Enrique Chagoya, Sam Francis, George Herms, Ed Moses, Miriam Shapiro, and so many more. And whereas Paula Kirkaby coordinated exhibitions for artists all over the world to share their work with the Palo Alto community, and whereas as an active volunteer, Paula Kirkaby served on the Palo Alto Public Art Commission, facilitating the contribution of more than 30 works of art to the Art and Public Places collection of the City of Palo Alto, and also served on the early capital campaign leadership group of the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. And whereas Paula Kirkaby, as an art enthusiast, collector, consultant, gallery professional, and community volunteer who worked tirelessly and passionately to create a vital community of friends, collectors, artists, and museum professionals at Smith Anderson Editions. And whereas Paula Kirkaby died in her Palo Alto home on April 1, 2016 at age 81, leaving behind a legacy of art that continues to benefit the entire community. Now therefore, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby extend its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Paula Kirkaby for her significant contributions to Palo Alto and the larger community.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Karen Kinzel from the Palo Alto Art Center. Paula Kirkaby was a friend, a conspirator, an inspiration, and a force. And on behalf of the Palo Alto Art Center and the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation, we're so honored that you have presented Paula with this proclamation this evening. I'd like to introduce Peter Kirkaby and Stefan Kirkaby, Paula's sons, to accept the proclamation.
Thank you. And first, we need to vote on the proclamation. So the council, please vote.
Many apologies.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Berman absent. And I will be joining the family to present the proclamation. Thank you for her service.
Thank you for doing this.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Great. Great.
so
Thanks.
much.
You're welcome.
Very much. Cheers. Yeah.
Yes, Rhea?
Hi, good evening. Would it be okay to have one comment?
Sure.
Okay, we have local artist Joe Zerker here who wanted to make a comment.
I have a written statement. Okay. Paula was a major force through her love of the print and paper for the elevating paper art and monotype to their now level of prominence. More importantly, she helped to raise a community consciousness of the importance of the arts in their lives, not only in terms of supporting artists and art institutions, but in the way art and culture become an all-important force for human development and growth. With her passing, we have lost an irreplaceable friend and colleague. Paula Kirkby was a true exemplar of what it is to be a human being. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming for this part. All right, at this time, we will move on to city manager comments. Well, first, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We have none. Oh? Oh.
So
Okay.
just stay for a second. Might I begin, Mr.
Please.
Mayor? I thought I would share, first of all, that Friday night at the Arts Center will be taking place this Friday, June 17th from 7 to 10 p.m. And the council and the community will have an opportunity to see beautiful public art at Rinconada at the kickoff of the 45th anniversary celebration of the Palo Alto Arts Center. The evening features the opening celebration for Fired Up Monumental Clay, with starting with free dance lessons from Wednesday night hop instructors, and then swing to the Don Neely Jazz Tet from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Play giant checkers, giant Jenga, giant Connect 4, and other neat games. Make the monumental accessory and experience a glazing and firing of a raku vessel this Friday. And then secondly, I just wanted to share that this is the recent Library Design Spring Journal, a supplement to the Library Journal. And if you can see this, you will notice on the very front page, under the title, The Art of the Matter, public art and libraries can start a conversation, create civic pride, and build a unique sense of place. And of course, the cover photo here is of the Rinconada Library that says, outside the plaza of the main library in Palo Alto, California, 6 sculptures made from crowdsourced community texts change color in response to patrons' touch. And it goes on to talk about it. So just another example of the Renaissance in the arts and in our buildings and in our community in recent years. Okay, switching to different topics, the wildfire fire season is upon us. The fire department has been busy preparing for this year's season. Crews have been training every day on wildland firefighting, structure protection, and other brush fire emergency procedures. Our crews have been conducting wildland fire inspections of properties in the foothills neighborhoods, and they inspect for vegetation clearance and community escape routes. Last Wednesday, an engine crew and battalion chief from our city were part of a regional response to a wildland fire down in the Henrico State Park in the far eastern portion of the county. This 120-acre fire was one of the earliest wildland fire responses in what we think could be a busy season this year. The green stormwater update. I don't know if you guys have any slides for me over there. I did want to share that last week our public works staff hosted more than 100 local government folks who came to learn about stormwater collection, retention, natural treatment, and infiltration at our Mitchell Park Center. Mitchell was used as the example facility, having essentially all of the green stormwater infrastructure measures. In the first photo you saw, staff are displaying a diagram of those measures, and in the second, I'm not seeing these, Joe Teresi demonstrates that stormwater promotes plant growth in the infiltration basin. There we go. Is that it? Okay, thank you. Two other updates. Improvements to Bowl Park Path at Matadero Avenue is part of the upcoming package of street rehabilitation planned by our Public Works Department. The intersection of the Bowl Park Path and Matadero Avenue will be reconfigured to meet modern shared use path and accessibility standards. Planning department folks have been advancing this project for more than a year. We've had several meetings with residents soliciting feedback. There still remain community concerns about the removal of outdated metal barricades, which currently present issues for mobility and visually impaired individuals and bicyclists using non-traditional bicycles and or if they're pulling trailers. Staff will continue to monitor the path following the project completion for issues related to bicyclists and motor vehicle speeds, and consider additional signage design modifications and increased enforcement if necessary. Minor striping changes to improve safety and implement portions of the bicycle and pedestrians transportation plan are also planned for several roadways in the Barron Park neighborhood as part of this package of projects. And then lastly, I did want to share that our city participated in a live demonstration of emergency response in relation to utility line strikes. This recent demonstration event was a simulation of how emergency responders address a gas and electric utility line rupture caused by an underground excavation. The event was organized by the California Regional Common Ground Alliance and hosted by the Public Safety Training Consortium. The goal was to create awareness of the severe consequences of utility line strikes during digs and other actions, and to encourage active participation in policy setting and legislation through communication and education. You'll be pleased to know that our city is recognized as a leader in public safety in this area and was honored with this chance to play a leading role in demonstrating our commitments to education, outreach, and training. Other participants and guest speakers included State Senator Jerry Hill, the California Public Utilities Commission, USA North 811 Call Center, AT&T, the State Contractors Licensing Board, the State Fire Marshal, and various police and construction companies and other industry stakeholders. So thanks to Ed and the team in utilities. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. So our next item is oral communications. We have 2 speaker cards. If anyone else has a speaker card, please bring it forward now. Our first speaker is C. Reddy, to be followed by Subhash Narang. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and citizens of Palo Alto and council members. Today is a sad day, as we know what happened yesterday in Orlando. It's very cowardly to kill innocent people to make a statement or to get in the news. I think we should, the news media should take an opportunity to let people talk so they don't have to kill people to get in the news. I think it's a sad day, and I hope my prayers are with the families, the 49 members that are 49 citizens or people that have passed away. It's a shame. I think it's also cowardly to rape a woman on our near and dear Stanford campus and get only 6 months. The judge, I don't know what he was thinking, but I think 6 years would have been appropriate. I think we need to condemn that. Going on to the next subject, I congratulate Mark Berman and Vicky Winkert that have gotten to the next level. They're quite qualified, prominent. I wish them all the luck. So I still suggest that Mark Berman take on the new assignment to get elected and resign from this office here. So someone else could be appointed from you or whatever the procedure is. So we can move on with a new council member in training until the next election is done. And the fourth thing is we need to take this opportunity to get better communication, better working relationship with Dr. Etchemendy and Dr. Hennessy leaving in the next few months. I think it's good to have a city that works well with another prominent neighborhood. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we will now move on to approval of minutes. We have minutes from May 23rd and May 31st for approval.
So moved.
Second? Oh, I'm sorry. I announced it and then I skipped over you. My apology. Subhash Narang, welcome.
Good evening. I have a few concerns about the dewatering policy that the city is dealing with, and as you probably know, a house 2 doors next to us is constructing a basement, and the contractors are not really following all the policies or the guidelines that the city has issued. I want to bring those to your attention. So the first thing is that the city document says that the contractor will supply the water to the neighboring properties as desired, to the extent desired by the owners. We asked for 10 gallons per minute flow, and they have not been able to deliver it. We don't understand why, because there are other properties, other basements constructed where, in fact, they have been able to deliver water that can run sprinklers without a problem. It seems like the staff is talking to the contractor, and the contractor just says, no, we can't do it. So that needs to be dealt with. The property is going to finish dewatering probably another week or two. They are close to passing their 10-week limit as imposed by the city, and the policy says that after that they have to pay $500 per day penalty with possible escalation. And I talked to the contractor, and they said, no, they're not going to pay because they're already paying the city $6,000 a month for purple water, and so they don't want to pay anything more than that. So we'll see how it goes. We hope you will implement the recommendations and impose the proper penalties. The water is being used not just by the neighborhoods, including my property, but also there are a couple of families who are driving into the site with their own buckets and vans 3 times a day. This one lady, she's frail, older than me, doesn't want my help. She's lifting these 10-gallon, 5-gallon buckets and loading them up in the van and taking it to her house to water the lawns. So we want to commend those persons who are making good use of this water, which otherwise will go into the storm drain. The Purple Water Company, I talked to them to see what their feelings are, because they come once a week and haul the water. And the main complaint is that they don't have enough water flow to fill the truck in a reasonable amount of time. The flow, according to them, is less than half of what the recommendations are. So those are the few concerns we have, and I have heard that the fine, the $500 per day fine, is supposed to be implemented on a case-by-case basis. And we hope that's not the case, that you will, in fact, stick to the policy that you have put into place, that all policies are followed. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next item now is approval of minutes for May 23rd and 31st. And Councilmember Niss moved to approve. I second.
Reluctant.
Yeah. Please vote on the board. And that passes 8-0 with Councilmember Berman absent. And we move on to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve? Councilmember Wolbach, were you wanting to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to move polling item 7 from the consent calendar. I'll third it.
Okay. So we can reschedule that as item 10B.
We would put that on tonight's agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got a deadline for this week on that.
Wednesday.
Okay. And so do we have a motion, or we have the motion to approve, or do we have a motion to approve items 4, 5, 6, and 8?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Niss, second by Vice Mayor Scharf. And please vote on the board. Okay, that passes 8-0 with Councilmember Berman absent. So our next item is the public hearing and Proposition 218 hearing basically on our fiscal year 2017 budget. And this public hearing has certain formalities that we need to follow, so I read from a script on this to make sure this is done correctly. So first, tonight we will consider adoption of the ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year 2017. The budget hearing will be combined with the public hearing on the proposed rate increases that are subject to Proposition 218. Does the staff have a presentation at this time?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Should we proceed? Okay. We'll proceed. If I might make a couple introductory comments and then turn it over to our CFO, Lalo Perez, and our OMB Director, Kylie is here. A couple of things. First of all, thanks to the Finance Committee for your work in a series of meetings and in-depth review of I think certainly the main issues and themes in this year's budget. The good news is that, we're in a good economy, as you know, and that means that the revenue stream that we have is good, and you'll see actually some improvement or refinements to our estimates for next year's revenues that do come in handy. That being said, we also know that the good economy generates a lot of demands on our city and our organization, and of course they're reflected in your priorities, both getting the comp plan done, dealing with the built environment, continuing to invest in our infrastructure in the very systematic way that we have been over the past 7 or 8 years, and focus on the life of a healthy city. So tonight, the budget that we will be presenting to the council is the original city manager proposed budget. It includes the responses to the directives from the Finance Committee, and it includes their recommendations that they had identified. It does make adjustments to revenues. It does, what we bring you now from the Finance Committee is the staff will go into much more detail. It does essentially replace the draw on the budget stabilization reserve that was, I felt was a necessary factor when I originally proposed the budget in the spring. we do identify, and the Finance Committee has committed to beginning to meet in the fall of this year on the fiscal year 18 budget, which will be next year's budget, because we do acknowledge that there are some systemic issues that we're not able to fully address in this year's budget, even though we present you with a balanced budget for fiscal year 18. And the staff will also identify some outstanding issues that we don't have all of the information on, or all the decisions haven't been made yet on fiscal year 17 itself, so that even after you adopt this budget, we acknowledge that there will be some near-term budget decisions that you'll have to make. We'll identify those. So with that, I will turn it over to our team here, and we'll go in more detail. Palo?
Thank you, Jim. Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. I want to thank the Finance Committee for their review of the budget that we put forward. We're bringing a budget that, as Jim said, has some systemic challenges, and I just wanted to remind the Council that we went through something similar just about 6 years ago, where we had about a $14 million budget deficit. The beauty of a budget like yours in this community is that it's diversified, and it has various sources and abilities for us to be able to make some adjustments. So what we hope to do today is give you an update of where we came to from the Finance Committee meetings, talk to you about what the solutions are and the next steps as Jim outlined them, and then turn it over to the chair to give the committee's overview, and then we'll be open to questions after that. Kylie Nose is going to go ahead and start the presentation, and we'll chime in, the three of us here.
Thanks, Lalo and Jim. To start, I also just wanted to say thanks to what we keep reminding you, small but mighty team here at OMB with Paul Harper and Steve Guagliardo behind me. Amongst the three of us, we've kind of held down the fort for the last month. So starting out really quick and really high level, the revised citywide budget that's in front of you today is $642 million. This is slightly above your proposed, which was at $626 million. The biggest change is the capital reappropriations. The rest of it is obviously around the margins. Going straight into our general fund expenses, the lion's share continues to be salaries and benefits, with a revised proposed budget of $194.1 million. This is down from the $198 million that you saw in April. Your general fund revenues are actually slightly up at $195.1 million. And you'll see in bold those categories that will go into greater detail later, but those are revenue estimates that we're recommending to revise based on more current information. So your citywide positions or FTE count has not changed actually from what was proposed in April. However, the city is, based on recommendations or requests by the Finance Committee to reduce or eliminate 2 positions, there is a recommended funding reduction equivalent to 2 positions that we'll come back and identify later. They are recommended in the fire department. You'll see those notes in the shaded box. Just to remind you of what the 10 position additions are, there's 2.5 positions that are dealing with planning. There are 4 positions in PW, primarily in wastewater control. There's 1 in community services. There's a half in library. There's a full position in human resources, and 1 in information technology. It's important to kind of remember as we go through this that although you're showing a 10 position addition, by the end of this, you really are only at 8, and you're only adding 1 in the general fund instead of that 3.23 that you see up there. Because once we come forward with those 2 position eliminations, you really are, despite all the demands going on, only having that 1 position add in the general fund. So what's changed between April and now? You can see at the very beginning of the slide we have your
starting point. So your proposed, the April budget's general fund revenues and general fund expenses. As we move through, these are all actions that have been recommended either by staff or the Finance Committee through the budget hearing process. So the first one is the Planning and Transportation Contingency Addition, 2 new RPPs that were added by the Council, changing the tree trimming contract cycle from staff's 15-year proposed to a 10-year cycle, 2 position funding reduction, adjustment to the schedule of some general CIP projects, there's 3 of them, and then that revised general fund tax revenue. So you can see by the end of the day, we have that $195.1 million versus the $194.1 million in expenses. So you actually are increasing your budget stabilization reserve by the end of what's currently in front of you. So to go into a little bit more detail on that revenue, that $2 million you see here is split out. It's a net change amongst about 5 different revenue categories. Your biggest change is in your property tax and utility user tax. Property tax, over the course of the last week or so, we've received revised estimates from the county. This is based on roll correction estimates, current assessed values, and their best guess. So you'll see a year over year from the adopted 16 budget to your revised 17 proposed estimate has 11% growth. The major change in utility user tax is based on current year tracking, as well as refining those rates that you guys have been reviewing over the course of the last 2 months. And then you can see documentary tax is going down a little bit, and that's just based on activity levels, as we see that kind of tapering off. So what does this do to your budget stabilization reserve? In your proposed, we had, as Jim had mentioned, originally a draw of about $4.9 million. Based on the Finance Committee recommendations as well as staff recommendations, you actually are going to increase your BSR instead of draw on it to $41.6 million. So this is about 21.4% of what your revised FY17 general fund expenses would be. Now, there are some current ebbs and flows that we know are potential variables in fiscal year 17 and 18. So from that 41.6 million, we actually could potentially add to that to the tune of 1.3 million based on 16 revised revenue estimates. So in order for us to enable those 17 growths that you saw in that 2.1, current year tracking is doing better. And so this 1.3 is recognizing that fact. I think there's a staff report probably coming forward that would potentially, at your guys' discretion, use that 1.3 to help with the golf course project. And then one of the recommendations that are included in here is an adjustment to the capital schedule for 3 capital projects. Now, if we, all things created equal and stayed the same between now and fiscal year 18, that 4.3 million that we're deferring theoretically comes back to us next year. It's just a 1-year deferral. And so if you take all of these 2 variables into consideration, you'd actually be at 38.6 million, which is still 19.4% above that 18.5% target. Okay. In other funds, so moving on from the general fund, there's really nominal changes that are being recommended. We added an electric fund project due to the Caltrain testing for the modernization project. It's moving the electrical, the height of the electrical lines over the tracks. We fixed a calculation error, and then obviously those 3 project deferrals, and you can see the projects listed here: Rinconada, Municipal Services Center replacement for the roof, as well as Ramos Park improvements. It's important to note that these are recommended because they're really not shovel ready for fiscal year 17. And then obviously we have those capital reappropriations. So the biggest jump that you see between your April budget and this one citywide are these, and that's a $21.7 million increase. So here's a kind of high-level snapshot of your 5-year CIP plan. So the 5-year CIP as proposed in April was at $639 million. Now we added that new project with the revisions in the public art and the reappropriations. Your new 5-year CIP plan would be $663.7 million worth of capital investments over the course of the next 5 years. Of that, $290 million is in your general capital improvement fund. And to take that a level further, of that $290 million, 128 or 29 million is programmed for your capital infrastructure improvement plan. So those select key projects like the public safety building, Bixby Park, bike and ped, over the course of the 5-year. Now, in fiscal year 17, your general capital improvement budget has actually been reduced as a result of those 3 project deferrals. So your revised would be a $68.2 million budget for fiscal year 17, with your largest investments in buildings and facilities. Of that $68.2 million, it's important to note 29.5 are reappropriations. Yes. So, kind of looking at this capital information from a historical standpoint, back in 1993, we were spending about $3 million annually on this. And then if we bring ourselves up to fiscal year, let me pull up my notes. If we bring ourselves up to fiscal year 2006, we were spending about $13.2 million. And in fiscal year 15 and 16, expenses are hovering around the $46.4 to $45 to $46 million range. So you can see from over the last, well, more than a decade, expenses and investment in general infrastructure have increased exponentially. So just briefly, since we do have all of the public hearings, there are a number of utility rate increases that the Finance Committee has reviewed and we're bringing forward to you for your review and approval. The proposed rate increases are outlined on the slide, and overall it's about an 8% increase year over year. So here's probably where we're going to have Lalo and Jim help me out. But potential issues on the horizon, and I know we've brought this up a lot over the course of this budget process, and we've bolded ones that are probably most eminent for you guys. Things like our Stanford University negotiations, the animal shelter service delivery model evaluation, obviously that golf course reconfiguration and renovation project, the potential acquisition of the post office, as well as Track Watch. And you can see here the longer term things that we'll be facing as an organization as well. So as we look forward, these are just some guiding principles of, we're going to need to be balancing expectations with the funding available, continue to remain that employer of choice. And then the biggest change here is to address the fiscal year 18 imbalance. And something that came out of the Finance Committee meetings was a return to the Finance Committee sometime during the fall of this year to start outlining potential budget balancing solutions and options that'll provide a more sustainable ongoing approach. And unless Jim or Lalo has anything else, I think we're here for answering any questions.
Thank you. And now would Finance Committee Chair Phil Seth like to report out on the discussions of the committee and anything that the council should be considering tonight?
So thank you very much. And so first of all, thank you very, very much to Lalo and a extremely productive and efficient team of Kylie, Paul, and Peter, who did a humongous amount of work on with a very small team. So as we happy few, right? Absolutely. I think faced with a significant challenge of balancing the budget for this year, I think staff did a great job. A big piece of the challenge here was a number of expenses appeared this year that hadn't been anticipated, that were structural expenses, and so the goal of balancing this year in a structural way, because these are going to come back next year, was a significant one. And if there's one thing I think we learned from this very, very clearly, is that operating costs crowd out capital investment in infrastructure. So, for example, one of the new charges was a couple of $1 million a year to run the streetlights, which we hadn't anticipated before. But we're going to have to pay that out of the general fund, and so that impacts our ability to do capital projects elsewhere in the city. So, very happy that turned out the way it is. But as Lalo and Kylie and the city manager mentioned, we are going to have this issue of structural expenses coming back in 2018 and beyond, and so that's why there's a lot of focus on trying to prepare for this early, because it's not going to be trivial to do. There were a couple of things that I probably ought to bring up. If you look on, first of all, there were a number of things that we looked at in terms of the Finance Committee felt was a good thing for the staff to take a look at. And we wanted to recommend that the council recommend the staff look at these things, and there's a list on packet page 139. But for example, one of the issues that came up is, could we be more efficient in the way that we deploy sworn versus non-sworn staff of the fire department? And so there are 5 issues on page 130 on packet page 139 that we should look at the appropriate time. There were a few other things that were still open for discussion on packet page 129. Let's see, timing of some fitness equipment for the fire stations, the Office of Sustainability Contingency Fund, tree trimming services, frequency cycle. There were a handful of things like that, and that's on page 129 and 130, and if the council wants to take it up, we can do that tonight as well. Let's see. Other than that, one of the questions that came up that the council is worth discussing is the guidelines for the budget stabilization reserve is that it should be 18.5% of the general fund revenue. Under this budget, it's a little bit more than that. We have the opportunity, if we want, to use that for something. As the city manager points out, it's just going to come back next year, so that's a consideration as well. But for example, one of the things that's not in here is anything allocated for a Section 115, or potentially we could invest some of it in infrastructure. So that's worth discussing too. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So the next item is our Prop 218 aspect to the budget. So let me read the required statement. Now, at this time, we will open the public hearing on the proposed budget as well as the Proposition 218 rate changes. A portion of this hearing will relate to changes in wastewater, water, and refuse rates, and this portion of the hearing is governed by Proposition 218. Before we begin the hearing, the City Attorney will provide some background on Prop 218.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. City Attorney Molly Stump. Tonight's wastewater, water, and refuse rate changes follow the requirements of the California Constitution's tax provisions adopted by the voters in 1996 as Proposition 218, as the Mayor said. Proposition 218 includes both substantive and procedural requirements. The procedural requirements will be in play tonight. After the public hearing is closed, there will be a majority protest procedure where the clerk will tally the number of signed written protests received by property owners against the proposed rate increases. And if a majority of owners have filed those objections, then the rate increases cannot be imposed. If there is not a majority written protests, then the council will have the ability to consider and adopt those rate increases. A couple of notes about what's not included in this procedure. The proposed increases to the fiber rates are not governed by Proposition 218 because they're not properly related fees and they're not imposed by the city as utility rates are. The proposed gas and electric rate increases are specifically exempted from Prop 218 by its terms. And then the storm drain inflation rate adjustments don't need to be included in the 218 process tonight because the voters already approved those escalators to be taken according to the general rate of inflation. So all of these rate increases will be considered together at the end of the budget process this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So before proceeding with any questions or comments from the council, let's hear from the members of the public on the 218. And speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. If speakers wish to comment on more than one rate increase and need additional time, please let me know before you begin your comments. Before we begin the hearing, I will explain the 218 process, which has been largely explained by the city attorney, but let me reiterate. All residents and other interested parties will have an opportunity to provide testimony this evening on refuse, wastewater, and water rates. To be valid, protests to the proposed rate increases must be in writing, signed, and submitted to the city clerk before the close of this hearing. The protest must also identify the parcel and the rate being protested. The presence or absence of a majority protest will be calculated separately for each rate. The city clerk will accept written protests until the public hearing on this matter is closed. At the conclusion of this public hearing, the city clerk will count the number of written protests against the proposed rate increases, and the council will determine whether a majority protest exists for each rate. If a majority of the customers and property owners have not submitted protests by the close of the public hearing tonight, the city council may adopt the new refuse, wastewater, and water rate schedules as part of the budget for fiscal year 2017. All right. We have 4 speaker cards at present. The first speaker is Chop Keenan, to be followed by Ali Rabar. Welcome.
I'm not sure I'm here on 218.
You're welcome to speak on either 218 or the broader budget issue.
Or on the budget in general?
Yes.
Very good. Good evening, Chop Keenan, 700 Emerson. I'm speaking as the chair of the Downtown Parking Committee and as an assessee in the parking district. I've discussed all the issues with each council person and to the Finance Committee hearing, and I thank you for your time on that. The Parking Committee issues are as follows. 1, this is not a properly noticed assessment district budget hearing. 2, 3 line items in the parking district budget are improper charges to the district. 1, police, $97,000, street sweeping, $50,000, 3, streets team, $61,000. Totals about $200,000. As to the capital budget, we agree $82,676 for the slurry ceiling striping and entrance signs for the surface lots. We disagree with the expenditure of $600,000 for static wayfinding signage. The committee prefers the red light, green light, and digital car counter requests that the wayfinding expenditure, and we request that the wayfinding expenditure be tabled and sent back to staff for inclusion in the Greater Downtown Parking Study currently in process by Dixon Associates. Associated concerns. 1, selling long-term permits in contradiction to the bond election documents to non-district employees, specifically SOFA. 2, establish a formal bond oversight committee comprised of city staff, 1 elected official, and property owners in the assessment district. That is essentially the Downtown Parking Committee, except formalized. We fought for 3 years to even get a budget for the district. We have requested an accounting for in lieu fees. Turns out the city double counted in lieu fees, paid cost, and assessment district costs. This $2 million mistake was swept under the rug on your consent agenda last Monday. This is Exhibit A for the need for a long-term oversight committee, bond over committee, and the collaborative bottom-up rather than top-down approach to infrastructure. We believe bulk sales to City of Palo Alto for their employees and wait list line jumping has stopped. We request that proceed with the TOT-funded downtown parking structure as promised when selling the TOT increase from 12 to 14%, if I may finish.
Please wrap up. Yep.
I'm just about there. With the RPP decreasing 10% per year, where are we going to place these cars except to export them to the next neighborhood? We're happy to put the band back together again with a very successful public-private partnership that built 900 spaces in SNL and R. We welcome further conversation in the Dixon Associates Downtown Parking Review of individually metered parking, which can be used for parking improvements, including TMA, customer-friendly, employees and garages, and great revenue. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ali Rabar, to be followed by Jill Onan. Welcome.
Good evening, Council member. My name is Ali Rabar, resident of Palo Alto. Every year I receive some of these, look at it, rate changes, water meter, size, 1.58, 3/4, everything has measured, and they charge me accordingly. That's fine. When I look at the wastewater, that's not true. Many other counties implemented a procedure to charge residents according to their usage. The city is reluctant to do that. I don't know why. It's easy, simple to do that. I'm 2 persons in a household, some people are 5 persons in a household. How come I'm using the same amount of water as they used? I know maybe it's hard for them to change it because they're going to lose their revenue. I don't know. I'm not the average user. I need to be charged according to my usage. That's all I have. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jill Onan, to be followed by Valerie Singer.
Good evening, council members. Thank you very much for hearing me tonight. I'm Jill Onan from the Human Relations Commission. I'm here with my colleague, Vice Chair Valerie Stinger, to discuss two HISRAP-related budget items that may be before you. The first one is regarding the possibility of establishing an emerging needs fund of $50,000 for HISRAP. This is something that the HRC has discussed and is very, very supportive of. The reason is that the HISRAP cycle, as you know, is 2 years long, and when some of our partner agencies have urgent or emerging needs, we are often unable to assist them in any way because we have to wait for the next full budget cycle to do so. So to have the ability to possibly reach out and help them mid-cycle is wonderful. A recent example that you may have read about was a break-in at Abilities United where all the camping equipment for a summer program for autistic adults was stolen. And I asked staff at that time if there was anything we could do to help Abilities United. Unfortunately, again, because of the lockdown in the budget, there was nothing that we could do. If there were such a thing as an emerging needs fund, that's an example of something where we could possibly reach out to that agency and see if we could help them replace that much needed equipment. Another item that is before you is the possibility of referring to staff to further explore possibilities for significantly increasing the HISRAP budget in 2018. Again, this is an idea that the HRC is very supportive of. We have been very pleased with the generosity and responsiveness of our city leaders, our council members, and our city manager's office in helping us revitalize the HISRAP program, and we'd like to see that work continue. So thank you very much for that consideration.
Thank you.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Just quickly, I'm not sure the light was set correctly, so I don't know if the chair has anything else to say. The light was shorted.
Yes, you probably had more time.
Hello, I'm Valerie Stinger, Christine Drive. I live on Christine Drive. I'm vice chair of the Human Relations Commission, and I'm speaking for the commission this evening. As a newbie on the commission, during my first year, I sat on the subcommittee that interviewed mid-cycle petitions from HISREP grantees. These are organizations that have proven records of service to our community, that provide important services that make our community livable, that enrich our community, provide opportunity, and make for a healthier, more inclusive city. The hardest part of my first year was to listen to the grantees and to respond, we can't. We can't. So there are two items before you that would appropriately change that response. And the HRC in our discussions support both the funding for emergency funds and identifying options for increasing HISREP funding in the fiscal year 2018. With regard to the first, the funding for emergency needs addresses constraints of the existing budget while maintaining the budget reserve to address potential budget fluctuations during future economic cycles. Establishing an emerging needs fund allows the HRC, with staff and with council approval, to respond to emergency needs. We heard one example. Another example would be senior nutrition. Some existing programs have cut their funding for senior nutrition, and we can't respond to fill in the gap. And with regard to the second, a study is initiated to identify options for increasing human service, the HISREP process during fiscal year 2018. HRC can be available to you as a resource to provide background, data, analyses, working with staff to answer any of your questions as you identify options for us and provide recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stephanie Munoz. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. What I have to say is, in general, about Proposition 218, because I have a feeling that most of the people in this room don't even know what Proposition 218 is, and I want to remind everybody. After Prop 13 was passed, cities and counties and other agencies were hard put to have the revenue to support the budgets that they had created in the expectation of constantly rising property values. And so they immediately turned to permits as a way of getting revenue. That is, the unfortunate person whose roof was blown off had to pay perhaps as much as $1,000 for a permit to put up the roof. And my experience has been with Mountain View, which you might think, well, why is she standing here in a Palo Alto City Council meeting talking about Mountain View? But that has the advantage that it's nothing personal. It's nothing you did. But we had a small fire in a rental house in Mountain View, which my husband and I were going to retire to because it was just one story and next to the car line and all those good things for elderly people. And I called the building department and said, I want to make the wiring safer in my little house, and I need you to tell me what the new standards are. And he said, oh, we don't tell you that. Pardon me? You bring in a drawing and then we'll tell you if we give you a permit. And if you start work before the permit, the cost is doubled. I have to tell you that in repairing, just all we wanted to do was upgrade the wiring, and I didn't really have to do that. But once you let people into your house, they can have all kinds of upgrades that you never even thought of. And it's run over $100,000 to upgrade this house, which originally sold for $10,000. So what I want to do is ask you, when you're imposing fees and fines and penalties and permits, that you give some thought to the principle of Prop 218, which was an initiative stipulating that these fees and permits and have to apply. There has to be some nexus between the actual work the city does and the costs that they're imposing on the people.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now close the public hearing, and before we turn to council questions and discussion, we will tabulate the written protests pursuant to Prop 218. So the first aspect will be the refuse rate. There are 19,444 refuse customers subject to the refuse rate changes, meaning that 9,723 protests are needed to create a majority. I'll now ask the clerk to provide the number of written protests received against the refuse rate increases.
I received 3 written protests.
Thank you. So the total number of protests received is 3, not higher than the 50% required, subject to the rate increases. Since there's no majority protest on refuse rates, the motion to adopt the refuse rate changes shall be made as part of the ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year 2017 at a later time in the meeting. And our next item is the wastewater rate increases. There are 22,429 property owners and wastewater customers subject to wastewater rate changes, meaning that 11,215 protests are needed to create a majority. I'll now ask the clerk to provide the number of written protests received against the proposed wastewater rate increases.
I received 3 written protests.
Thank you. So the total number received of 3 is not higher than the 50% of the total wastewater customers subject to the rate increases. Since there is no majority protest on wastewater rates, the motion to adopt the wastewater rate changes shall be made as part of the ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year 2017. Finally, regarding the proposed water rate changes, there are 19,535 property owners and water customers subject to water rate changes, meaning that 9,768 protests are needed to create a majority. I will now ask the city clerk to protest the number of written protests, or to provide the number of written protests received against proposed water rate increases.
I received 3 written protests.
Thank you. So the total number received of 3 is not higher than the 50% of the total water customers subject to the rate increases. Since there's no majority protest on water rates, the motion to adopt the water rate changes shall be made as part of the ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year 2017. All right, we're now going to move on to the phase 1 of deliberations on the budget, and we segregate this into Stanford-related items because Councilmember Du Bois has a conflict. Councilmember Du Bois, do you want to state your conflict and recusal?
Because I have a source of income from Stanford, I will recuse myself on the Stanford items.
Great, thank you. Yep. And City Attorney, did you want to just make a statement consistent with Councilmember Du Bois's recusal?
So we do this many times. So council members who have a source of income with respect to an entity or person who coming before the council, and there are Stanford contractual matters in the budget, needs to not participate. The state law allows us to segregate those items out of a budget And so that's how we do this. We pull a Stanford first, and then Councilmember Du Bois can come back and participate in the rest of the budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this segment in the first phase is bifurcated deliberations between Stanford and non-Stanford related items. And so we now deliberate on the first phase, portions of agenda item number 9 regarding police, fire, and Office of Emergency Services budgets and the CIP budget related to Stanford University. So are there any questions or comments on the police, fire, Office of Emergency Services, and CIP budgets affecting Stanford? And I don't see any lights. So we'll now vote on just that segment. I'd now like to ask for a motion to approve the Finance Committee and staff recommendation that the City Council adopt the portions of the police and fire department budgets and the CIP, and the CIP relating to Stanford for fiscal year 2017 and the related ordinance portions.
So also move.
Second.
Okay. Motion. Oh, and then Councilmember Schmidt had a question. Why don't we do a question first?
Yeah, I actually have a question.
Yeah, I guess the only item that specifies Stanford might be the fire. Do you have a comment on your recommendation on the fire department?
What I'd say, make 2 comments in general in that. The existing contract and agreement we have with Stanford runs through October of this year, 2016. So the terms and the funding amount in that for that contract we have. We also, though, anticipating that there could be some changes in the future contract later this year. We're in negotiations with Stanford right now. Was one of the reasons that we recommended this year setting aside this special one-time uncertainty reserve, we called it, to provide funding for any gaps that we may have between the existing contract and whatever we settle on negotiating. But at this point in time, we don't know what that amount would be.
Thank you.
Okay, so motion to approve by Vice Mayor Scharf, seconded by Council Member Niss. Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I did have one question on this. Are we voting on the entire fire budget because everything in the fire affects Stanford since they pay a third?
Only the portions that impact Stanford.
So if Stanford pays a third of everything, doesn't the entire fire budget affect Stanford? So are we voting on the entire budget or are we not? And if so, how are you segregating? What am I voting on?
We're pulling out the Stanford contract and anything related, such as Office of Emergency Services charges that are in there, dispatch charges for police. So those things are what you're voting on right now.
So we're not voting on the entire Stanford fire budget, and particularly the 2 FTEs. I mean, obviously, if we vote to reduce 2 FTEs from the budget.
So did you mean to say we're not voting on the entire Stanford budget or the
entire fire
budget?
Okay. So I just want to make sure. So we're not
That's
voting.
Correct. That's
we're
correct.
not voting on the 2 FTEs because that doesn't affect Stanford, even though it reduces their costs.
There is a revenue offset because if you reduce expenses, to your point, there's a currently 30% offset charge to Stanford. So when we do reduce the positions, if you go forward with that, we're going to accordingly reduce the revenues.
So let me just add to that. I think that I can help with this. So first of all, the proposal on the 2 positions as we have it formulated in the budget right now is to reduce the funding in the fire department budget itself by 2 positions. We haven't identified what stations those 2 positions would be at this point. So I think it's safe to say that that reduction is taking place in the fire department budget outside of Stanford right now. Secondly, we have funding in the budget right now to fund the existing contract that we have with Stanford. The real question will be, how does that change during the course of this fiscal year? So I think ultimately any adjustments we might make when we actually approve the final contract, we'd be in a position to report to the council at that point in time how those changes related to the overall fire budget as a whole.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So we're not voting on the 2 fire positions, and we're voting on whatever we think relates to Stanford.
We would be doing that later. So I would just like to say this. It could be quite possible by the time, following the adoption of this budget and after we actually meet and confer with the fire union, it could very well be that those positions ultimately could end up serving the Station 6, which is the Stanford Fire Station. They also could end up not serving the Stanford Fire Station. I think you're perfectly safe, since we have not identified that right now, and assuming that we're going to right now balance the budget, taking that reduction out of the fire department budget that isn't part of Stanford. And so this is one of the reasons that Kylie made, which sort of sounded like an obtuse point, but we're reducing the funding in the fire department budget, but we are not reducing the number of positions in the budget yet. We're reducing the funding related to those positions. We will later on in the year come back with the specific elimination of the positions. And the reason for that is we have a very complicated budgeting process where the council actually adopts both a funding budget and a position budget. Very unusual situation.
Okay, I'll go with it. I mean, I don't really understand how it could possibly not affect Stanford if we're voting on a third of their budget. They pay a third of the costs. I would think anything related to the money relates to Stanford, but I guess I just don't understand it well enough.
It's fine for you to raise those questions during the second part of the budget. You'll have a full opportunity to discuss the 2 positions. Thank you.
And the only difference is Councilmember Du Bois's participation, so I think it's kind of a moot point. Vice Mayor Niss, did you have anything to comment? All right.
Thanks.
So I see no more lights, so we will be voting on the, we're calling the Phase 1, the Stanford-related budget items. That passes unanimously with Council Members Du Bois and Berman absent, or Berman absent and Du Bois abstaining, or recusing himself, I should say. And so we need to grab Council Member Du Bois. Okay, so we're now going to do the Phase 2 deliberations, which is all remaining budget items. We'll begin on the second and final phase, which includes everything else. These include the remaining portions of the police and fire department budgets and the CIP budget. Any questions, comments, or further discussion of the remaining portions of the budget? All right, now we go into the beef of it. Questions, comments? Yeah, so we've already heard from members of the public. Councilmember Philseth. Oh, okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Wolbach. Oh, Councilmember Holman is hitting Councilmember Philseth's light. I get it. Councilmember Wolbach.
First, let me echo the comments by Councilmember and Finance Committee Chair Philseth earlier. Thank you to the staff that worked extremely hard on a very complex project. I do know that the department is slightly short-staffed, and we do have some new faces, but they rose to the occasion and performed exemplary. Also, thank you to my fellow members and the chair for great work on this committee and the project here. Just a question for right now for staff and for the mayor as we proceed through this discussion this evening. There were a number of items that Chair Philseth identified earlier for which the committee was unable to reach a consensus. those are highlighted starting on the bottom of page 7 of the staff report, or packet page 129, through the start of page 130. And so I guess my question is, procedurally, if we adopt the budget as presented this evening, will those items move forward, or could we have clarity about how those items would move forward, or in what status they would be included in the current budget, or whether we would need to identify, or whether you're needing staff or needing council to weigh in on those one way or another, or there are a couple where there are various options available.
Thank you, Councilmember. The motions that were made were for the council to take consideration of these items. So it's our position that you as a council would have to make a motion specifically on each, in any of those items that you would like to move on.
Can I just add to that, Lalo? My understanding is the approach we took was to include in the, let's call it the revised budget that is before the council, all of those directives from the Finance Committee, and any changes that we noted as staff, for example, the change in revenues and the reporting on those, but only those recommendations from the Finance Committee that had a majority vote of the Finance Committee. So there were a number of, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 maybe items that were either sort of a 2-2 split. Those are not included. So if there's an interest in that, Mr. Mayor, I think that would be very much like a council member bringing up any issue related to the budget, from their point of view, and it would take the council now to take some action as a council to be able to include it in the budget.
So the staff proposal includes any majority recommendations of the Finance Committee, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So anything else is open for discussion and proposal, but it's not within the staff recommendation.
Okay, so if we could actually, perhaps, I think there were some where there was some inclusion, so if we could just maybe have, would it be too much to ask for staff to run through those and just make sure that they're, if we don't take action, what will happen with each of these items? If we don't provide any specific recommendation or direction this evening?
Sure. I'll go through that. So let's start with the first one. It's on page 7 of the report. I'm not quite sure what packet page it is. Sorry.
Packet page 129.
Perfect. It says a request to ask staff for a 1 FTE position reduction or a 2 FTE position reduction. Before you is currently obviously a 2 position reduction. So if you want to change it to 1, that would be the substitute motion. The Office of Sustainability contingency remains at the $250,000 level. The fire station's fixture, furniture, and equipment's FF&E for exercise equipment remains within the budget at the $125,000 level. So if you want to defer that, you would have to make a motion to remove that from the budget. And just to clarify, on the Office of Sustainability contingency, if you wanted to reduce it by 50% to the $125,000 level, that would require a substitute motion.
That was one of, for example, for the council members who weren't there, that was a recommendation that some members of the committee made, but it did not get a majority vote.
Good. Sorry. Okay. Continuing at the top of the next page, there was discussion on changes to the recommended $500,000 planning and transportation contingency, depending on additional information. Additional information was provided to the Finance Committee. No subsequent motions were made. However, depending at the council's discretion, is an alteration to that $500,000 contingency level that's recommended. Tree trimming services frequency cycle. So currently you're at a 7-year cycle. The city manager's proposed April budget proposed a 15-year cycle, and the Finance Committee majority voted down to a 10-year cycle. However, there was a lot of discussion between and amongst these 3 options. So just to be clear, if you made no changes to what's in front of you, you would be approving a 10-year cycle. If you want to increase the cycle to 15 years or decrease it to 7 years, an additional motion would be necessary.
Kelly, if I just might add, so that the public at large doesn't misinterpret the recommendations that we had. We have had a 7-year cycle in the city traditionally, and this year we just got hit with these dramatic, increased estimates from the tree trimming contract to be able to maintain our trees in order to even be able to assimilate the funding. We had unfortunately had to recommend a 15-year cycle. So the committee had some discussion about, real concern that was, a doubling of the time period essentially that we had always done that. We had presented some cost estimates, and it seemed manageable to the Finance Committee as a majority to settle on the 10-year cycle. I would just embellish what Kylie said a little bit, that I think the committee felt that there was some confusion or lack of clarity about what the cost differential was to move from almost the unit cost differential to move from 10 to 7, why that was in a sense so much more than it was to move from 15 to 10, and that was part of the difficulty that the committee was having, and potentially if you got into that discussion we might be able to provide you more explanation tonight. Thanks.
And to Jim's point, staff is here to answer questions about that contract should you have them. Okay, after tree trimming is the downtown parking wayfinding project. So there was a lot of discussion over the current proposed $600,000 transfer from the University Avenue Parking Permit Fund to support this, and whether or not they should be using that $600,000 from the University Ave Permit Fund for other capital projects or other necessary investments. There was no action that was necessarily taken, but it is an area of indecision amongst the Finance Committee members. So on that one, just to be very clear, unless you guys take action, currently there's a $600,000 transfer budgeted from the University Avenue Parking Permit Fund to the General Capital Improvement Fund for this project. And the last one is discussion over HISRAP funding for additional funding of $50,000 for emerging needs. So as we heard from the public as well as during those Finance Committee hearings, discussion has been over whether we should, at least in fiscal year 17, add $50,000 to allow for more flexibility outside of the current 2-year budget cycle that the HISRAP funding is on. And just to be clear on this one, there is a $50,000 reserve already budgeted as part of your VSR. You'll see it on page 80 of your operating budget. And that reserve was ultimately established as a one-time reserve for HISRAP in the event that something in 1 year it was underfunded. So one potential option is to redirect those funds.
And so
Yep.
just to follow up, and thank you for going through those one
problem.
at a time. I appreciate that, and I hope that provides some clarity for the public and also for my colleagues. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correct that, essentially the defaults were what you just listed. The default for the planning and transportation contingency is $500,000, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that the default for HISRAP funding is a $50,000 reserve, but not the proposed or discussed $50,000 emerging needs fund, which would be separate and would require additional motion by council. Is that correct?
Unless you guys so chose to repurpose the current reserve. And that's something that staff kind of proposed and brought up as part of the Finance Committee hearings, was it's something that they are looking at doing and working on the legal ramifications just associated with how that reserve was originally established and what kind of council policy would be necessary to override the initial approved use, I guess.
Okay, so we could potentially repurpose it from reserve to emerging needs, or call for an emerging needs on top of the reserve, and those are, or just leave the reserve as is, and those are all options we could discuss this evening.
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much.
Quick question. Did you want us to go over the additional list about the FY18 stuff, or were you only talking about the fiscal year 17?
I don't have any questions about the fiscal year 18 stuff. I think that was pretty clear to me, but others may feel differently. Since I have the microphone at the moment, I'll just say that I think that I am comfortable with each of those defaults as they're presented this evening, except that I do think that it's worth exploring, and I'm leaning towards supporting a $50,000 reserve, $50,000 emerging needs fund for HISRAP. And I'm open to whether we do that as an additional funding on top of the HISRAP reserve or as a repurposing, but I would lean towards making it additional. And my feelings about that shifted, so I was more supportive after attending the HRC meeting last week where there was some discussion of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. And I know I read earlier when I was prepping for this and reviewing our Finance Committee work, what is the number for, well, it's two questions. The number proposed for next year, which would be direction for staff in preparing next year's budget, what is the number that we would need to go up to bring HISRAP funding up the 2.5% per year? And just while you're looking for that, and apologies, I can't at the moment find it. The reason I proposed that was because in 2017 budget proposed, we are at 2002 level HISRAP funding. That's where we are. So we are 14 years behind in any kind of increase in our HISRAP funding. So in any kind of increase. So I don't know if the full council got this or not, but there's a chart that I can share. Maybe the staff has it; they can share that shows what our funding has been. But we're at 2002 levels.
Can you clarify? Was that part of our at places?
You know, it was provided to the committee, and I don't know that it was provided to the full council. Okay. But if council is interested, I'm sure staff can make, or clerk's office could make copies of this cover sheet. So that would be direction for next year as far as providing an additional $50,000 this year. The original purpose of the, and I think Mayor Burt, you may have actually proposed it, the $50,000 that is there now in reserve, that's a rainy day fund, and it was specifically referred to as a rainy day fund. So when there are budgeting issues and shortfalls, that we kind of have that there as a bit of a pad. So I would absolutely support putting another $50,000 into HISRAP funding that would be an additional $50,000 for emerging needs, so we don't touch the rainy day fund. There was one that I don't recall. It's on packet page 127. I don't recall a reduction in the art and public places. That's 579, basically 580, down to 423.5, and I just don't recall that reduction. So maybe staff can comment on that. And staff, feel free to stop me when you get answers to something, and we can go on from that. Tree trimming services. When
Karen, any
yes,
sense
sir.
how many of these you have? I'm just trying to think about what our cycle time is going to need to be here.
Maybe just 4 or 5.
Okay, thanks.
I don't have a litany of them. The tree trimming cycle, yes, the proposal was 15-year, and the committee unanimously voted to go to a 10-year cycle, which added $170,000 to the budget. What the full council doesn't have is what the number is to go to a 7-year cycle, which is where we are now. I queried the urban forester, and what's recommended is a 5 to 10 year. So if we stayed at 10 years, we're at the outside limit of what recommendation is for maintaining street trees. And I see Mr. Passmore is here. So, so the full council should benefit from what the dollar amount is for 7-year, and a clearer explanation of what the differential is between going from 15 to 10 and from 10 to a 7-year cycle, which is where we currently are. Just to embellish on that, Urban Forester also said that we lost 400 trees in this community last year. 400. Much of that, of course, was due to the drought, but as I said during Finance Committee, this is also a safety issue, because if we're going to have ongoing drought, trees try to sustain themselves. And one of the ways they do that is they drop limbs because they can't support the full canopy that they have. So it's a safety issue. So I strongly support that change, and especially if we can get some kind of clarification on the dollar amounts. And yes, I do support changing to 7 from 10.
That's all I wanted to know.
But we do need some clarification from staff. And I have, I think, just 2 more questions. I'll put them all out there. The additional money for planning department, I had originally suggested a $200,000 contingency to help with architectural services, because that's an area where our planning staff does not have good staff support. Excuse me, based on a lot of background. Staff came back with a recommendation of $500,000. I do not oppose that, certainly. And just for clarity, you'll see on packet page 131 what those what that $500,000 would be used for. I'm confident that Planning Director Gittleman will utilize someone with urban design support and architectural support that is consistent with the community's
Can I get a clarification
Sure.
on that? So you said the staff proposed that. Is that 500,000 in the budget?
Yes.
500,000 is included in the budget.
So what's the difference between that and bullet number 4 of the things that were junk balls? Sticking with our basketball metaphor.
It was just, you want me to answer? So it was just to get clarification about what the $500,000 was to be used for.
My question, what's the difference between the 500,000 in the budget and bullet number 4 of the items that the committee was unable to agree on a majority change of?
So the $500,000 was at the behest of the Finance Committee. So ultimately, that was something that was an approved motion by a majority vote. Now, what was up for debate was what the $500,000 would be used for, and that's the piece that we're listing in that bullet 4. Is that the appropriate level of funding? Is that the appropriate use of funding? And those were
the level of funding's been decided. It would be the use, right? That's really what's.
Correct. Well, I think it was open depending on what was it going to be for.
Can I clarify on this? Okay. Is like we got the descriptions of what the money was going to be used for at the very last meeting, so we left that open because we didn't really take motions there. The budget had already been submitted to full council, so it was something that we didn't vote on. We took input, but we didn't vote on it per se.
Okay, but we have included it in the proposed budget, just so we are clear.
The uses, not just the amount?
The amount. So if I might expand on the way we reported on these, I think that the examples that the staff provided were illustrative. They're not entirely definitive. They could change. We make the point that specific uses would require City Council approval, and recommended uses would include but may not be limited to the following activities. So for the most part, if you recall, even in this past year, we've had a series of contracts that have come to the council related to parking and other kinds of items that have required the council approval, and that has been funded out of a $500,000, a similar $500,000 contingency level that we had. We spent all of it except $70,000 that we're returning at the end of this year. So I think that my recollection was there was this recognition that having some flexibility to respond in the planning department budget and planning for that now was really the driver behind the $500,000. And we gave examples of this. We know we have some things related to shuttle and the RPP expenditures potentially coming up. And even though we had there is a specific addition related to the Finance Committee's directive on 2 RPPs. We don't know if we'll get some other ones during the course of the year, later on in the year. So this was to provide us overall budget flexibility, knowing for the most part it gets a subsequent approval process more often than not from the council when we've got to award a contract to pay for.
So if I might just conclude where I am, and to follow up on City Manager's comments there, just a reminder, the initiation of this contingency fund for the planning department was to support Director Gittleman's efforts, but the initiation, and I should say, the initiation of that was also to provide architectural support, and the response back was architectural and urban design support. So when Director Gittleman spoke to the Finance Committee in our last meeting, it was, no dollar numbers assigned, but generally speaking that it would be expended in a third, and a third. So I guess I don't know how to stipulate this, but I would be most severely disappointed if approximately a third of it, or at least $200,000, wasn't spent on the architectural and urban design support, given all the things we have going on in the community. And I do have maybe one thing that would be hopefully be clarification is the Sustainability Director Contingency Fund. We did not have, we probably could have gotten a 3-1 vote and recommendation on that. And I can only speak to my own personal perspective on that. It's really to try to get some focus on projects that have the most impact. It seems like with this and maybe some other actions, I guess maybe I could say, in the city sometimes, it seems like we spend a lot of effort on things that don't have a great positive result. They show well, but they don't have a quantitative large positive result for all the time that's spent on them. So I think this was an effort by some of us to encourage a greater focus on those actions that would have a greater impact on the environment, that would have a quantifiable effect. And I will stop there and hope staff will have some responses.
On the last item, if staff can add any clarification as to the uses of the Sustainability Contingency Fund, the anticipated uses.
Gil, please. I would add the same point also that in many of these cases, we would often be back to council with a subsequent sort of contract or spending request. Not in every one, but some of them.
Yep. Thank you, Gil Friend, Chief Sustainability Officer. As we discussed with Finance Committee previously, the contingency is contingent for two reasons. One is that in the course of the budgeted planning work that we expect to undertake over the summer and fall, developing implementation plans for the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, we anticipate there will be needs for additional analysis and other work to be done that can't be defined yet until we begin that work. So we've been requesting that you allocate a contingency fund subject to coming back to you for specific projects for your approval, but to have the money reserved at that time. So that's the main reason for that. The anticipated allocation was described in the budget request, about 40% for additional research and analysis to refine the climate plan implementation scenarios, about 40% for a variety of anticipated pilot projects and grant administration around the areas of mobility as a service, zero net energy, electric vehicle development, and about 20% for materials related to community engagement around further development and engagement around the plan. So those are estimated amounts at $250,000. If you choose to reduce those in half, we would scale each of those back. Perhaps proportionally, I think some things would fall away, such as the digital commenter management, which we don't have staff capacity to do in the absence of this support.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
And did staff have any other follow-ups to Councilmember Holman's questions?
Yes, I think we'll actually ask Walter to come up and help us answer questions regarding the tree trimming cycles.
Good evening, Walter Passmore, Urban Forester. The difference between the 10-year cycle recommended in your budget proposal and the 7-year cycle that we are currently utilizing, for year one, the 10-year cycle amounts to $1.148885 million, whereas the 7-year cycle would be $1,465,785. So about a $300,000 difference between a 10 and a 7. Those costs escalate slightly for years 2 and 3 of the contract. So in total, over the 3-year term, the 10-year cycle would cost $3,680,960. The 7-year cycle would be $4,702,450. It's a little over $1 million in difference between a 10 and a 7 over the 3-year term.
So what I'm trying to understand here is, but going from and let's compare apples to apples here, but going from a 15-year to a 10-year is $170,000 in this next year's budget. So what would be going from a 10 to a 7 in this next year's budget?
He said.
And that's so.
It's about $300,000. So it's not scalable because we held constant a number of unit cost items that are more expensive in the pricing schedule. So this is a total unit cost with the exception of a little bit of hourly work. And the unit cost for items like demand pruning or removals are substantially higher than the routine pruning, which is the variable that dictates the cycle length. So as you hold constant those items and only change the lowest cost item, it's not proportional.
Okay, and were there answers to others? And my position would still be to go to a 7-year cycle, but are there answers to other questions? Like his rep? Thank you, Walter.
Sure. So let me make sure I caught everything and catch me if I didn't. The first question was about his rep, and I think what the funding would be, either if it was a CPI increase or if we had done a CPI increase annually since the 2002 level. So
at 2.5% per annum.
Right. So if you just did 2.5% from your fiscal year 17 budget, it's only about $11,000 increase. 11,000. And that's just from your 17 proposed level, adding on that 2.5% CPI. Now, if we went all the way back to 2002 and did that compounding CPI increase, you'll actually see that's under one of the referral items in your guys' packet today. And it says the potential increase is about $667,000. And that's, again, if we went all the way back to 2002, did compounding interest based on Councilmember Holman's requests and discussion as part of the Finance Committee. So that's the second bullet under the referral items for full council at the request of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. That number sounds more familiar.
Okay. So the other one was public art. And where that public art, or art in public places rather, calculation came from. So it's in the at places memo that was provided for the May 17th Finance Committee hearing. And what this is just subsequent to the production of the proposed 17 budget, we found a calculation error in this. And so this is just fixing that staff error.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm still supportive of the 7-year cycle and supportive of recommending either supporting or as direction or referring to policy and services the $667,000 for the 28 budget for his RAP funding. That is just a 2.5% per annum increase from the 2002 level, which is what we're on par with in 2016. And the other clarification is I have different recollection. I don't mean to be picking a battle with anyone, but I have different recollection than Sustainability Director, I thought when this came to the Finance Committee that there were 3 bullet areas for how the funding might be spent, but there was no quantification provided, as I recall.
Gilfriend, Councilmember Holman, there were 3 bullet areas with quantification for each of them, $50,000 for the community engagement and outreach, $100,000 for the additional research and analysis, and $100,000 for the various pilot projects and grant development. The reason that this was added is as you know, the base budget for the Office of Sustainability is 1.65 FTE, about a half to a third of the size of comparable offices for cities of this size. Excuse me, and a $60,000 budget for contractors. We anticipate that as we get into the work of this next year, in particularly around the SCAP implementation, that there will be additional work required in order to shorten the decision cycle of having to come back to you both to find the money as well as allocate the money. The recommendation that we developed with OMB was to establish a contingency so the money would be appropriated and then allocated subject to decisions to be made later on your guidance and with your approval.
Thank you for the refresher.
You're welcome.
And final comment that I have is we talked a good deal about whether we should have some budget transfer or some withdrawal from the BSR or not. And one of the things that we brought up several times was it seemed prudent, at least to some of us, to stay on an even par and not take money out of the BSR because we have things that we even know about already, let alone the things that we don't know will be coming up, like the post office purchase and such, which we haven't identified funding source for yet specifically. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Why don't I ask, I was going to ask the mayor a question, but and Eric, let me ask you this, because as I understand it, looking at the bottom of 129 and flipping over which are the 7 areas that we're looking at, these are the areas where it says you struggle to find consensus. Therefore, my question to Pat would have been, did he suggest going through each of these one by one and discussing them again tonight? Because it would seem as though that would be somewhat redundant from what you have done as a finance committee. So it looks to me as though the big ones on this are probably the sustainability contingent. Number 4, I guess it is, changes to planning and transportation, which I presume is the one that you have here on 131, correct? That covers it. And then tree trimming, be interesting to see where others are. I didn't have a problem with the 10-year. And the one I'd like to know a little more about is the downtown parking wayfinding, because I know that this is a constant discussion about whether or not it will be taken from the parking fund. So that was a big discussion, I imagine. There was some discussion on that. Right. So looking at these, the one that I'm the most concerned with is the one on page 9, or packet page 131, which is the $500,000 that, Hillary, you said, if Karen's correct, you're going to kind of split it up 3 ways, and that's going to work?
That's not what they said.
Pardon?
That's not what they said.
Well, I wrote down evenly split.
That's what Karen said, but that's not what they said.
Well, in that case, then, what is the answer?
What? I'm sorry. You were looking at the city attorney, I thought. So I could. Oh, she's looking over the shoulder. Let's see who's out there.
I thought there was I thought there was nodding when Karen mentioned that.
So I would say I think the vice mayor is correct. This was the suggestion of Councilmember Holman. I think actually the way this started out was a request for a full-time position. Really, there was never an idea?
$200,000 in funding. I didn't determine or recommend whether it was an FTE or a contingency funding.
Well, I did get the impression when we very much, whether it was FTE, there was this idea of having somebody on the staff or access to the staff who would be an architect or an urban designer. So you could pretty much assume that that's in the couple $100,000 range, your point of 200,000. The other components, I don't think we really settled on. And again, there's some sense that they could be fluid, but it is, you're correct. I mean, Councilmember Holman's suggestion was that they sort of roughly be in those categories, and I'm sure, I don't mean to speak for Councilmember Holman, but she's pretty passionate about the importance of having on-staff access to architectural capacity, that would want to be sure that if we're putting $500,000, that there would be enough spent in that area during the course of a year.
Well, yes, and just to follow up on that, if I might, is I thought I'd said, and apologies if I wasn't clear, so it wasn't determined that it was going to be a third, a third, and a third. I had understood, and Director Gittleman can speak for herself, that it was in the range of a third, a third, and a third. There's no specific anything, but as City Manager said, yeah, I think there's a reasonable commitment from, or there is a commitment from Director Gittleman that certainly a fair amount of this funding, maybe in the $200,000 range maybe, would be spent on the urban design and architectural support. So Director Gittleman can speak for herself, but what I remember at Finance Committee was it was in the range of a third, a third, and a third, but not specific.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council Members. Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. If I can just follow up on this, I think the Finance Committee made a recognition that in the course of the year, we often have in the Planning Department newly created priorities and the need to respond quickly. And so the three things we put on that list, the first two things reflect new priority projects that have landed on our plate that we want to be responsive to, the Eichler, the desire for Eichler specific design guidelines, and architectural urban design support for our program generally is the first category. The second category includes a project to look at traffic safety issues on Middlefield Road, close to the Menlo Park border. That's a priority project that's just landed on our plate and is quite important, I know, to many of us. And then the third is kind of a catch-all. We've discovered over the course of this past year the need to supplement RPP funding and other transportation funding as the needs arise. So I think I was clear to the Finance Committee that at least those first two things we would have to fund out of this contingency fund because it's nowhere else in our budget. So the design professional working on the Eichler specific issue and then supporting the rest of the department's activity, and then the Middlefield Road study is nowhere else in our budget, so we would need to use this contingency for that purpose. And then as the city manager indicated, all of the uses of the contingency would require city council approval. So not just the contracts over 89,000 or whatever the limit is in the coming year, it would be for expenditures from this fund would have to come to the council.
Mayor, I'd like to ask the Chair of Finance if he would make a comment on this.
Sure. Sure. Thanks very much. I think staff gave an excellent summary for this. So maybe I'll just try to add a little tiny bit of color on each of the ones you asked about. On the Office of Sustainability Contingency, I think my recollection is that part of the reason that there was no agreement was there might have been three different views as to what we should do with it, right? I mean, I don't think it was 2-2. It was like 1-1-1-1 or something like that. I think the general thinking was that most of the investment in sustainability was actually coming from departmental budgets, not from the Sustainability Department, which coordinates with all those groups. Wasn't clear how it was going to be spent. And it didn't mean that stuff wouldn't come back to council, as it happened. So there were multiple perspectives on that. I think on the...
Sorry, say that last part. What didn't mean it?
I mean, it didn't mean that if they exceeded 125,000 or whatever the final number was, it didn't mean they couldn't get stuff done. It would just come back to council for approval from other stuff. There's budget adjustments or approval project or something like that. But it's not a huge amount of money we're talking about. With respect to the larger one, the Planning and Transportation Contingency Fund, I think, I think the city manager captured it pretty well from my view, is that there is quite a bit of concern that PCE, we're piling a lot of stuff on the Planning and Community Environment group, and if there was a way to provide more bandwidth there, that would be welcome. And certainly
You know, there were some views about, you know, boy, it would help if they had more area expertise in this area or that. So we tried to strike a balance between being sort of prescriptive but not trying to micromanage staff, right, on this. And that's kind of what we tried to do, right? And I think, and staff came back and said, well, here's some of the kinds of things we would use it for and so forth. And we were trying to strike a balance. In terms of the tree trimming frequency cycle, it was purely a cost issue, right? It looked like the difference between 7 and 10 years was sort of one level, and 10 and 15 years was a different level. Concerned that 15 was far too long. The wayfinding issue. Our question was, given that appeared to be, there didn't appear to be, you know, unanimous consensus in the community that was the best way to spend the $600,000. Maybe it should go back to council for further discussion as to what the right way to spend that was, whether it should be on wayfinding or should be on something completely different, right? Or should we save it for a few years and do a third thing. On the HISRAP allocation, my recollection is there was some discussion that even if we allocated more money in 2017, it wasn't clear that it was actually going to be able to be put to work, right? And so that the real focus, the proper focus for that would be 2018, right, as opposed to trying to shoehorn it into the 2017 budget. And I think that's where we came out to.
Yes, that's accurate. It was to potentially provide direction to staff to allocate that much funding in the 2018 budget.
Right. The only other thing that I would say is that throughout this process, we found it much easier to add things into the budget than to remove them.
So if I could just continue on from there, I mean, to use a sort of outdated term, but it's a bit loosey-goosey with 500,000 going to planning. But I think this is one of those cases where you look at the planning director and say, is this going to work for you, Hillary? And Hillary seems to say, yes, it will. I think the urban design support is very important because we spent a couple of nights discussing exactly this, what design guidelines would look like. We know they exist someplace. The Middlefield Road traffic analysis I've been very involved with, and I'd particularly like to see this happen. That's been a patient group of people who've been waiting for something to happen in this area. And thanks to Ed on this topic as well. He spent a lot of time on it. And as far as shuttle and RPP, you do need some contingency fund there because you're right, you don't know when the next RPP is going to come forth. But as I said before, Pat, are we going to go through these one by one and indicate who is where, or do you look for something a little more sweeping?
Well, we'll have a motion, and council members are welcome to make any changes to what is basically in the staff recommendation.
And these are all recommendations, as we're understanding, correct?
Well, I don't know what these are.
I'm looking just at that same 7 again. Areas
no, they're
of
not.
differing
They're
opinions.
not. No.
Okay,
so they're not staff recommendations. No.
That's why I asked the question.
So any of these, if you're talking about the 7 bullet points rolling over from page 129 to 130, any of those would require specific inclusion in a motion to alter from what is the staff recommendation.
So when that time comes, I would certainly include number 4, which is changes to planning and transportation contingency. The downtown wayfinding.
Now, just so you understand, the 500,000 is in the staff recommendation.
Yes.
All right.
This isn't adding it, is it?
No, it's already in there. So
it's in there.
If you want Middlefield and the other things that Hillary was talking about, you don't need to change anything.
That was my question. If we don't need to change anything, I'm happy with it.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Okay, all right. So, Councilmember Du Bois.
So I also want to say thanks to the finance staff. Hope you guys are planning a nice vacation. And Thank you to the Finance Committee as well. I saw a lot of discussion in the minutes about whether we should dip into the contingency funds in an up year, and I think that was a very prudent discussion to have. Given many of those items, it looks like we're going to be structurally in a pretty tough place in 2018, so I'm looking forward to that discussion. So I have several questions that I'll go through, and then I have some comments. On the question side, did we start a Section 115 account, and did we actually put money in it this year?
So where we're at is the Finance Committee has given us direction. We haven't come to you as a council quite yet, but the recommendation is to go ahead and put $1.3 million from the general fund side into this trust. So we had discussions with providers of these trusts, and so far we found 2 viable options. So we're going through the process of figuring out, because part of the direction was also have the other funds, the enterprise funds and the ISF funds, the vehicle IT fund, all of those, contribute towards this. And what we found out in discussions with these providers is that they can actually have sub-accounts, if you will. So we can have a proper accounting for each of the buckets of funds. So we're just trying to get through the budget and then get on that process to come in. But to anticipate a question, there is no additional funding beyond the 1.3 that we have in this proposed budget at this point.
Okay, so 1.3 is 2016 money, essentially.
It's actually carryover from 2015 excess funds.
Okay.
What the committee did discuss, to be fair, was that we would come back with a plan that would have options on how to fund this on an ongoing basis, and then also a policy for funding. To add to that, it could be an amendment to your current policy that has the 15% minimum, 20% maximum for the budget stabilization reserve. Anything that goes beyond the 18.5 target, the city manager can recommend funding to the infrastructure reserve with those excess funds. So one modification that could come, and we'll try to bring you more, but one that we discussed briefly with the committee, is that you could say if there's excess, anything beyond the 18.5, maybe split it in thirds, a third to the infrastructure reserve, a third into the pension unfunded liability, and the other third to the retired medical unfunded liability. That's just one option, to give you an example of the discussions we had.
Okay. I had a question about reappropriations. So on packet page 138, it says a total of $58 million of capital improvement is being reappropriated. It says several general questions, which I'll just rattle off, and then you guys can maybe answer. But it's really about, what does that mean in terms of the accuracy of our budgeting process? What can we do to be more accurate, I guess, in terms of what we'll actually be able to spend in a year? And do departments have to back up those budget requests with demonstrated staffing and schedules?
But let me take a stab at it first, and then I'll let Kylie tell you about the technicalities. So one of the things that we would do is we would prepare the budget and bring it to you, and it would only include the new projects. And so the committee would not see existing projects except for a running total that was lump sum. So there was this desires at the PTC and at the Finance Committee, and to some extent I think too at the council level, that well, we're not really looking at the whole capital program. We're just looking at the new projects. So 2 years ago, we decided to change the code and now include everything. So it's not an automatic stamp of carryover, if you will. Yep. That's basically what it means. And now it gets reviewed annually, and you have to justify what you need. So it's actually put it in a more of review process than an automatic. Right. So what happens is that now we have to identify for you how much of the monies that we're bringing over in the budget are carryovers from prior years. So that's what it really is. Yeah. It's adding more focus, more review and analysis, and then the ability for anybody, not just the council, to review all of the projects in the book.
Yeah, I understood that, and I understand that change was made. So really my question was, 58 million seems like a reasonably large number. Is there something in our budgeting process where we're trying to get that number down and be more accurate about what we're actually going to spend in a year?
Yeah, so I think that I'd rather ask that this be a continuing question you ask us to look at during the course of this year, because I go into Lalo's point. I mean, I think we're really into maybe the third year of this reappropriation process in this way, and a little bit of, our revisiting the adjustments to not draw on the BSR. We're a little bit informed by this thinking to really say, are these projects really shovel ready for 2017? No, let's push them off. So I think that there's a combination of potentially more rigor as we go forward. The second thing, though, that there are a lot of other variables that play into stuff. I mean, a lot of it sometimes will just do with the contracting situation, what happens on the response to bids. I mean, there are a lot of other players that can also slow down the spending process. But I do think that, I think it's a legitimate concern to say, I mean, how could we get as close to 100% as possible accuracy? That does mean a lot, because otherwise we are appropriating unnecessarily funds that could either just sit in the reserve or be used for something else.
I mean, basically, scenario B was saved because we had a bunch of projects that weren't shovel ready, right? And we said we'll push them out.
Or for example, the golf course, no permit, and so $10.5 million right there.
Yeah.
That we have to keep moving over. So,
yeah.
But we'll get better at explaining more.
And do we have any idea what the reappropriation is likely to be in 2018? Or, I mean, do you really think everything in here will be spent?
Well, part of it is capacity. That's why we moved a couple of the projects. So it's something that we're refining as we're talking about, and also emphasizing the focus on the big picture, on the $128 million plan. That takes priority, and sometimes that might impact other projects.
I would think, though, that both at Finance and in the process of, say, the mid-year review, we ought to take a close look at it even mid-year to see where we're trending. Do you know what I mean? So we have some discussion right now about what the FY16 or the 15 to 16 carryover was, what we're anticipating. I think it's just a matter of us really tracking it and thinking about ways to make adjustments. I mean, the fact is we can make adjustments at the mid-year also.
Okay. Question about the post office. Why wasn't there anything in the budget for the post office, even just a placeholder?
We don't have direction from the council yet, so we got to come to you. We are coming August 29th. We anticipate having responses and paperwork and funding options for you that we do believe are viable. We'll have multiple options for you. And so we felt that we needed to come to you with, first we need to figure out where the post office is, the United States Postal Service, and we were trying to figure out where our finances were landing, and now that we have a better idea, we have a handful of options for you to consider for August.
So let me just sort of amplify that. I think the point is that obviously it's a very large expenditure and cost. It's not, even though the Postal Service has tentatively accepted our offer, we're still in the process of refining the terms. Now, I mean, there's not going to be a dramatic difference in the terms, I think, from what our estimates are. But there is no way we have the ability to fund this whole project, even in a near-term look at the cash flow that we would have. So we're really, in this case, this is more, we've got a series of some different cash flow scenarios we need to bring to you, and that really fits better in a outside the budget conversation, we think, just because they're probably 3 or 4 different policy choices you would make that we haven't done all the research on them, on the pros and cons of them. I mean, some of this has to do with even the fact that, you know, I mean, ultimately we're going to finance this project. We're not going to pay cash for it. But the question is, how much of it do we finance? And, you know, do we do bridge financing even in the short term? There are a bunch of these things that we just couldn't come up with a really viable number to put in an appropriation for the project right now.
Okay, thank you for that. And it's kind of a broad question, but so we got the balance in the budget using some one-time solutions, and what's your impression of 2018? Like, what are the challenges going to be?
Well, at this point, we know we have to make up the loss revenue from wherever we end up with the Stanford contract. We know we have to cover the $2.3 million for the street lights. You know, we're probably looking at somewhere between, you know, 5 and 10 million potentially that we'll have to cover. The good thing is that our revenue picture is looking even better than what we thought in April. So there's some assistance there. We have to look at it from a strategic standpoint, and so that's where the committee has asked us to come back in the fall and do that. So as soon as we wrap this up, that's what we need to focus on, how we're going to, you know, what options we have. As I mentioned in the opening remarks, we're somewhat fortunate that we have a little more diversified revenues and options. You know, some of it will probably be painful. It's, you know, if we have to go into the reduction, but we'll have to try to look at that strategically with the least impact possible, which is what we did when we cut $14 million the last time, to try to limit the impact to services. And then we'll have to explore any new revenue opportunities or new revenues that have arisen. I believe I mentioned it to the Finance Committee. I'm trying to remember because it's rather recent, but as a result of our cleanup of the UUT, utility users tax, sorry, shouldn't abbreviate, and then our hotel tax ordinance, we're seeing new revenues and increased revenues. For example, the online, the Expedias of the world and so on, remitted us the revenues going back to January as a result of the cleanup. So we will have almost a full year, if not 9 months, of some projection of those new revenues. The UUT's revenues have gone up 800,000 more than we thought, and there's really, unfortunately for us, we can't explain it to you because we don't get data from the telephone companies. We just get the check, basically. And so we'll look hard at our revenues and any potential new revenues, adjustments to fees, and obviously look at our expenses.
So just a few comments. I think we have a communications challenge as a council. We're in a boom cycle, and I don't think a lot of citizens realize how tight the budget is. And you know, if we're going to talk about a business tax or transportation tax, I think we really need to communicate kind of the state of our budget, because I think people see all the construction, they know we're in a, you know, kind of a boom period, and they don't really realize that we're not necessarily seeing as much revenue and the rate that our expenses are growing at the same time. So I'm glad the Finance Committee did their work. I agree. I don't think we should be dipping into reserves in a year like this year when revenue is really clicking. And we're going to have to find kind of more structural cutting into expenses ongoing. I think I'd find it useful in the future, maybe for next year, to really see a summary of discretionary spending versus non-discretionary. You know, not being on the Finance Committee, it can be very hard to kind of digest this budget. And my intuition is that there's a relatively small amount of discretionary funding. So we have a large budget. We spend a lot of time talking about what sound like relatively small items, but if you get down to what's really our discretionary spending, they're probably more relevant, actually, discussions. So I guess my opinion is we should go with scenario B. I mean, reading what's there, it sounds like several projects aren't necessarily shovel ready, so there is the money to get to scenario B. I had a question about slide 10, I guess, that you showed tonight. This is, I guess, is an updated scenario B, essentially, with all the latest information, because it's slightly different than the packet. Is it?
Okay, so just to kind of orient everybody really quickly, Finance Committee had two scenarios. Scenario A that had a $2 million reduction in capital. Scenario B, which eliminated the use of the general fund BSR with a $5.5 million reduction in CIP projects. So the slide up here is showing, I guess I wouldn't say quite an update to scenario B, but just an update overall to the budget and kind of giving context. So the 1.3 is an update. That's not reflected in any report that's before you today other than in this slide. That 1.3 was reflected in the third quarter financial report. So we wanted to, just in case anyone had read that, make sure that there was continuity amongst all of the numerous things that you have before you for review. And that is based on the most current estimates, and of course these are estimates, so these are ranges. They may or may not come to fruition, and staff does have that option that the 1.3 be used for a golf course, which you'll see later on your agenda. I want to say maybe on the 20th. The 4.3 million showed on slide 10 is really kind of giving you guys the context of, there was some discussion at the Finance Committee over whether or not we should be above or below that 18.5% target for the BSR. And something we wanted to make sure that everyone was clear on is even though we are readjusting the capital project schedule for 3 of our projects, we still anticipate that they will come to fruition. And so reducing the general fund transfer to the general CIP is really a one-time solution. And so, although that's increasing your BSR in your fiscal year 17, so by that 4.3 million, if everything stayed equal, you may need to transfer that back to the general CIP in order to refund those 3 projects at a later time. So it may be a one-time increase to your BSR. And so that's kind of what we're trying to articulate on this slide.
That's the same as scenario B, though, right? Where there was like 5.4?
Well, scenario...
Where's scenario A and scenario B?
Well, so scenario A and scenario B are in the page 6 and 7, not the packet page, because there are different packet pages. They're on mine. They're packet page 128 and 129, and there are these charts that you see in there. Maybe a little hard to see because the labels are in the narrative at the top of page 6 or page 128 says scenario A at the very top, and then you'll see these charts. I think the easiest way to say this is that we're very close to scenario B in the recommendation that we have. Okay. So you've got it up there on slide 9 is the variation that we have.
But isn't slide 10 the more accurate with the additional revenue?
Actually, slide 9 is, if you guys approved everything in front of you as it's outlined in all of the reports, you'll end up here at slide 9.
Yeah.
So you'll end up with a $41.6 million general fund BSR, about 21%. The other slide information on slide 10 is just context for you guys of some other additional potential variables, but those items are not in the recommended actions before you tonight.
All right, so now I'm really confused about slide 10. I thought slide 10 was essentially an update with this extra revenue.
Yeah.
And
so let me help out. So what this slide up here is trying to show you what the FY17 budget balancing is. What slide 10 tries to do is in the area of full information sharing and updating and transparency to say, oh, and by the way, we have 1.2, whatever the number is, $7
owe $1.3 million almost in revenue, additional revenue that's going to accrue in fiscal year 16 that is not included in the budget. It's not like something we reappropriate. That's out. And as Kylie was just saying, and we do want to let you know that we anticipate we could reprogram those reductions of those non-shovel ready projects in FY17. They could be back in 18. So a year from now, you'd actually be spending that $4.3 million. So that's just trying to show you some changes to that are at play. Now, just to complicate things here a little bit, in addition to going back to 9, can you go back to 9? In addition to having a budget that tells this story, that funds all the things that were proposed, plus the majority vote approvals from Finance Committee, you'll actually have a BSR of 21.4% and really not have a draw on it. On top of which, you also have here at the end of the fiscal year $1.27 million in additional revenue that isn't budgeted yet,
right.
That's but we have plenty of ways to spend it.
Yeah.
And you also have a $1 million revenue gap if you go back and that is not appropriated at all. When you saw the earlier slide that showed we have $194.1 million in expenses and we have $195.1 million in revenues. So there's an additional $1 million that is not allocated in the budget at this point. Now that's because, you know, we prepare these things over 1 or 2 weeks, and yet we get the revenue estimates, we do the reprogramming, and we see, well, actually, there's more money there. Okay. So just so you know, the difference, that $1 million difference we have right now is not included in that BSR. It has not been sent back to the BSR. In a sense, it's floating out there right now.
Okay. So my assumption was even in scenario B here, the CIP deferrals would likely show up in 2018.
That's correct.
So why is slide 10 any different? Are you saying you actually want to allocate the budget even though you know you can't spend it?
Slide 10 is almost really should be relabeled as if we were looking ahead to 2018, not 2017.
Okay, but you're not asking to reverse the capital project and actually put that money in the 2017 budget?
No, we're saying we're going to move it to the BSR in 2017, but we're telling you it may come back out of the BSR back into the budget in 2018. Yeah, that's all we're saying.
So that's normal. I mean, that's aligned with scenario B here.
Yes.
So really my question about all this, and thank you for that clarification, is how much money would there be if we went, excess money would there be if we went back to 18.5 in the BSR?
Let us.
Yeah, I mean that's my final question.
Yeah, we'll tell you what the net amount. I mean, we'll tell you the dollar amount in the BSR, and then we'll tell you what that difference is, right? Between
so where I'm going with all this, I heard what you said about the section 115. It seems like we're going to be above the 18.5. I would support putting some portion of that money into a section 115. I also like the idea of maybe splitting it between an infrastructure fund and the unfunded liabilities. I would also support taking that existing emergency fund and being able to use it more broadly for his draft emergency funding. I forget exactly how that was worded, but I think we should get that into the motion. And so really just, it sounds like we may have a couple of $1 million over the 18.5.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, with your okay, I think that if you were to go to the 18.5, you're definitely going to say there's several $1 million there, and you'll identify how much.
5.7.
$5.7 million. Okay, and we discussed as a staff that there certainly could be some funding towards the 115 reserve. Certainly along the lines of the policy that you established to the extent, I mean, the $1.3 million figure. I would just caution, we've identified a whole bunch of potential issues for 2017 again. We don't know the Stanford fire contract number. We don't know what the contract for the animal shelter is going to be. It could be a different cost. We definitely know the golf course is going to cost us more money. We're hopefully with that 1.27 million extra that we have in 2016, that will cover the gap. We don't have enough money for a full year of track watch spending. I guarantee you we will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that are needed there. And again, if anything moves faster on Cubberley or requests from, any of these folks, Avenidas or the Palo Alto History Museum for any additional money, I mean, I think we need to leave some flexibility.
Yeah. So again, just to be clear, I would support some flexibility, but I think we should seriously look at this 5.7 and either have it come back to us or put something into the motion.
So I'm going to wade in because Vice Mayor Scharf has volunteered to subsequently make a motion that we can begin to respond to. So first, I think that early on it was presented that we have gone as a community from $3 million in the early 90s, and the council in the mid-90s made a significant increase in the capital improvement investment to get, I think, up to $10 million a year. By the early 2000s, we were $13.2 million, and we have our infrastructure blue ribbon task force that basically identified at the level we were investing, we were not keeping up with the maintenance of our current infrastructure. That would take some additional funding, which we actually already added into the budget. Then we needed to catch up with deferred maintenance on our existing infrastructure. And we have now built that into the budget. And then there were new projects that they said, we have no idea where those dollars are going to come from. We have had over a decade of city councils going back a dozen years or more, probably closer to 15 years, saying we have this massive infrastructure expenditure that we have no idea where we're going to find the dollars to invest in the new infrastructure that we would need. And what the city has done over the last several years is transformed our budget to get to the point where we are now investing over $45 million this year in infrastructure. And that's with the keep up, the catch up, and the new projects. And that is a major change that has happened. This is basically the councils for 20 years had said this community had deferred major investment in infrastructure for, at that time, 40 years. And they had no idea how this problem would be solved, and they proceeded to spend basically 20 years saying we have a huge problem, we have no solution. We have now worked ourselves into a solution, and I think we need to really recognize that's a big deal. So then there's one other thing I want to note, that the capital improvement plan, I think the one area that we have not identified and built in major need for investment is in our wastewater enterprise fund. We've heard for at least a decade that we're going to be moving forward with the process of rebuilding our wastewater treatment plant, and I think that we need to be looking at front-loading that investment, and so that we don't have a sudden spike in rate increases. We're going to have to do major investments, and our wastewater treatment rates are going to go up significantly in the next decade. And that those kinds of plants don't last forever, and ours is on its last legs, and we need to do major investment in rebuilding that plant. We've been hearing about it as a community for a long while, and we aren't yet charging ourselves for it. So then we do basically now have a $950,000 surplus in the way the budget is for this year. Plus, we have built up our budget stabilization reserve above the upper end of our range. But as the city manager has stated, we've got several projects. The golf course, hopefully, we'll be able to cover through other means. And then we have the post office and other things. So I am comfortable with this year keeping that budget stabilization reserve temporarily above its range, with an understanding that the post office is coming up imminently because we have had a tentative acceptance of our proposal, but we don't know the details. And as the city manager said, there's several different options on how we would fund this. But I think we will have important uses for that excess budget stabilization reserve. There are two things that I'm going to want to support as amendments to the staff report. One is the $50,000 discretionary fund for his rep, and the second is to continue our investment in the Section 115 fund for unfunded pension liability. And I would be comfortable with something in the neighborhood of $750,000, which would still leave a surplus in this year's budget, plus the excess budget stabilization reserve. So I think those are the two areas that I'm most going to want to see modifications to the staff recommendation. Having said that, Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thank you. So first of all, I'll say that I agreed with almost everything the mayor just said, so I won't repeat those parts of it. I'm really pleased that the Finance Committee decided to keep the BSR above the 18.5. And I think the whole notion that the BSR is above that because we took out the $4 million that we're going to have to spend next year, I think that's the key point that the city manager made. It's not real money because what we've really done is put it aside for next year. The other point that no one's made is every year I've been on this council, what's really happened is our city manager has come to us with budget amendments, and those have ranged, I don't know what the numbers are, Lalo, but where were they last year? I mean, they're a couple million bucks. They're a couple million bucks. They're always lots of money, right? But we tend to get higher revenues over the year. And that's how this is tending to work. So if we put it all the way up where we use up all the higher revenues and we have the budget amendments, plus we have all that, I think we could be in trouble. I also wanted to point out that everyone else has pointed out, we do have a lot of these. It's not just, it's a lot of uncertainty. It's the golf course, the post office and all this, but it's also generally every infrastructure project we look at seems to be coming in over 30% more. So we actually are very challenged in how we're actually going to fulfill our promise to the voters, which is that infrastructure plan we put together. And so I'd be very concerned about, spending that money on other things. With that said, I do think I agree with the mayor, I do think we need to set up that Section 115 trust, and I think $750,000 would be a good start. I would.
Well, that's on top of last year.
That's on top of last year, right. I totally agree with that. Have we set the trust up already then? I guess I was confused. I thought you said we found people to do it, but I didn't know we'd actually set the trust.
We're in the process.
Okay. So I think that's all great. I did have some questions on the tree trimming and this is where I'm coming from on the tree trimming. My concern is that I never want to make the community worse, frankly. And so the question is this a budget savings where it's more efficient and we're doing it every 10 years and there aren't going to be costs to it? Or are we actually making things worse that'll be noticeable, i.e. there will be dead tree limbs falling or the trees will look worse, the quality of life will degrade perceptibly, or frankly, there will be more legal risk because we're not trimming the trees appropriately, and if we factored that into the cost. So I guess, Walter, maybe you could address that, and then I did want to get a quick sense from our city attorney if she thought there was any added legal risk from going from a 7-year period to a 10-year period.
Walter, I have expertise in a lot of areas, but don't look at me. I don't know anything about tree trimming. This is you.
So obviously going from a 7-year to a 10-year is going to have a likelihood to increase the amount of dead wood. So we have a potential to increase falling limbs. It could potentially increase our liability. However, a 10-year cycle is still within the recommended range, and it is a range that actually few cities fund. So we're still doing good in comparison to other cities. I don't think that most people are going to notice a significant difference between a 7-year and a 10-year cycle. We still have the same amount of demand work funded in this budget. So if there's anything that's critical that's identified, we'll take care of it. We are going to reduce the amount of routine pruning, so there are implications to that. We do think it's very likely that there will be some reduction in the benefits that the trees produce overall. So we're spending a little bit less now, but it also comes with a cost of reducing some of the production that our urban forest has as far as air quality, health benefits, all of the things that our urban forest contributes that currently we calculate at about $18 million a year in ecosystem services that's returned back to the community. So we're going to reduce that amount of ecosystem service, and we're going to save a little bit of money. But
so are
like
we being penny wise, pound foolish, or not?
In part, but we have to make tough choices with the budget. So if we had an opportunity to go back to the 7-year cycle at some point, then we'd be able to minimize that difference in ecosystem services.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I just might jump in here. My own recommendation is, I mean, the difference between the 7 and 10-year cycle is $1 million over a 3-year period, and we're talking about lots of competing choices. You know, I have a hard time seeing why even a test over the next 3 years or less, if we get data or info that we're on the wrong track, there's nothing that lets us precludes us from being able to go out and readjust our schedule downward. So I'd suggest you consider staying with the 10-year cycle.
So I appreciate that, and it's probably where I'll end up. But I did want to say that, you know, the other thing was Councilmember Phil Seth said that capital projects suffer in budgets. The other thing it suffers is maintenance, and this is a maintenance issue. And, you know, cities tend to not do a good job on maintenance, and that's where they tend to cut. And I'm also concerned, frankly, that this is the upcycle. Things don't get better than this. And winter is coming, right? I always wanted to say that. Right? I mean, the recession is going to come. And, you know, things don't get better than this. So if we're cutting the services now, that just concerns me. So, you know, I'll probably go with it. But I do think it's an unfortunate thing, and I'm not entirely comfortable with it. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the downtown parking wayfinding. So what bothers me most in this is we show a picture of the type of parking sign that Mr. Keenan said we should have. And yet, when I read this, that's not the parking signs we're getting. And so I'm wondering, are we again being penny wise, pound foolish and spending the money, $600,000, on doing static wayfinding signs? Are we going to get much for that? As opposed to the kind of signs where I go to a parking garage and it says, there are 30 spaces left in this parking garage. There are 20 parking spaces left. We're not getting those, but those are actually helpful. I mean, how helpful is this? Palo Alto's not that big.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council Members Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. Again, I'll just, add a couple things to your conversation on this topic. I think it was mid-April the Council heard a presentation on both of these projects, and we've always seen these as two distinct but complementary projects that work together. You heard a discussion about where we were with the wayfinding signage, which is going to be designed to accommodate real-time information once the parking guidance systems information is available. And your instruction was to proceed with the design of that. And we reported that we did think that could be funded with resources currently available. You also heard a presentation on parking guidance systems, gave us some direction on the type of system that you wanted to implement within the garages. We reported that we did not currently have the funding for that, but you directed us to proceed with the design with the expectation that we'll identify a funding source in the future. So again, two projects, complementary, but distinct, and I think your direction was to move forward with both of them.
Thank you. So one final thing, and then I'll make the motion. On the $500,000, I like staff's interpretation. What I understand that to be is that it is a contingency fund, that these are the 3 projects that will likely, or 2 projects plus other stuff, and if other things come up during the year, which at least there was 5 or 6 things that came up this year that we hadn't anticipated, that contingency could be used for that. And there is no 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. There's no direction from council to spend the money in any particular way, other than to come back to us with what you think is the right things to do. And right now, these are the 3 things that you think the money will probably likely be spent. With that, I'll move the staff recommendation with the following changes: that we do additional funding of $50,000 for HISRAP for emerging needs, and that we do $750,000 in addition to what we've done previously for the Section 115. The Section 115, that's the sinking fund for the pensions.
Mr. Vice Mayor, of the $50,000 on HISRAP, you intend for that to be one time or ongoing?
I believe I intend that to be ongoing.
Okay. Do you want to speak more to your motion?
Just briefly, since I spoke a lot, I wanted to thank the Finance Committee. I thought they did an outstanding and thoughtful job on this year's budget. And I wanted to thank staff for all the hard work, and Keely for stepping up and coming up and getting this done. I know you worked really hard on it, and I think you did a great job. And Lala, you did a great job too, but that, you don't need to say that as well.
Okay. Councilmember Wolbach.
Well, actually, I just wanted to turn to staff from Human Services Department, if that's possible, to make sure that we've worded this correctly for the $50,000 for HISRAP. I wonder if we might want to broaden the language a little bit so it's not exactly identifying as HISRAP, but maybe as Human Services in general. And I would wonder if it's okay to ask either Minka or Rob to come up to make sure that if we're providing an emerging needs fund, that might be usable.
Rob DeGhost, Community Services. Thank you, Councilmember Wolbach. Actually, what I heard Vice Mayor Schaaf say made sense to me. It was an emerging needs fund, as staff recommended, for the HISRAP program. So I think it's okay.
So that you may want to make sure that the Section A of your motion captures that accurately. Thank you.
So it should say an emerging fund.
Emerging needs fund.
An emerging needs fund.
So we just want to be sure that the hope is for the emerging needs fund would be available to existing groups that have got grants from the HISRAP program, in addition to maybe additional nonprofits, depending on the emerging need, that may not be current grantees.
So shouldn't we say emerging needs funds for HISRAP? Mm-hmm. For HISRAP grantees, would that be?
Well, no, I think for HISRAP is better.
Would that, I'm sorry, can I ask a clarifying question? Would that include new programs that aren't currently part of HISRAP, though?
Correct.
Yes.
That's what
yes. So in that sense, it includes, I think it includes Councilmember Wolbach's suggestion about human services. It could be a human service need that is not funded through an existing HISRAP grantee that could be funded through the emerging needs.
Yeah, but I'm trying to line that with the wording of the motion, because it says emerging needs funds for HISRAP. That sounds more restrictive.
And that was the point of my question. Should we broaden HISRAP to be human services nonprofits? Would that allow greater flexibility?
Why don't we just say that, human resources?
Yeah. So I would say, yeah, let's change it to human services nonprofits.
It's fine. If you're fine with it.
Yeah, as long as it does include the HISRAP grantees as well, so it's both.
Okay, why don't we, if it's okay, we'll say for human services
programs,
including HISRAP.
Okay. Including HISRAP grantees. That's fine.
Correct.
Yeah, grantees, great.
That's great. So yeah, thank you for working with us to make sure that we give you the flexibility you need for that. Beyond that, I have nothing else to add. I think it's a great motion, great work all around.
Councilmember Filseth.
I think I mostly responded.
Your mic?
I think I mostly responded when Councilmember Niss was talking. Let me ask a question on number B. Does this constrain that it can't go, when it says other post-employment benefits, does that constrain this can't go to pension?
It'd probably be best if you clarify if you want pension or retirement medical or both.
So how about if it were pension or other post-employment benefits? Would that work?
So I thought we were really doing this for pension. I thought that was the issue.
So OPEB is jargon for everything but pension, so health care, stuff like that.
Shouldn't we just say pension? Does anyone disagree with that? Isn't that what we set it up originally for?
You have two already. We already have a retirement medical trust set up.
Right, we do. That's
So
what I mean.
Okay.
We are trying to establish the pension one, so if you intend this for pension,
So
it
then
should
it
be
should,
pension.
I
it should
intend
say
this for
pension
pension.
benefits instead.
So we should say pension benefits.
Okay.
But it would be section 115,
Right.
pension benefit trust. Is that, I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. Trust fund.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Okay, good.
So other post-employment benefits goes away.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Holman. And I'm going to try and speed this along because we are running out of time.
I appreciate the motion. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to ask for one amendment, two amendments. Appreciate the comments by anyone who's spoken to this, especially the comments of our urban forester, and that is the matter of the trees. I would propose as an amendment that we do include a budget amendment that would, or a budget change that would allow for the 7-year cycle for pruning. Here's why. If it was overlooked, Mr. Passmore spoke about the greenhouse gas benefits of our urban forest. We talk interminably about our interest in reducing greenhouse gases, and our urban forest naturally accommodates those with no effort on our part. They just naturally do that. And trying it out, with due respect, trying this out to see how it works and what the consequences could be. You know, if we have a liability because a limb falls on somebody, how do you go back? Well, we have been, as you said, Vice Mayor Scharf, penny wise, pound foolish. And the other is, if we lose trees because we aren't adequately caring for them and maintaining them, how do you go back and restore those trees? It's just not possible. So I offer as an amendment to allow for a 7-year tree pruning cycle rather than the 10-year proposed cycle. To the Vice Mayor.
You know, I'm actually very sympathetic to it, but I think it should be a separate amendment.
So I'll offer it as a separate amendment and look for a second. Council members, greenhouse gas advocates.
Can I comment on it? I'd have a so between.
First, we can do comments on it, but I think it fails for lack of a second. Make
Well, second and then comment.
Let me just say that there are potentially a number of good reasons for arguing for this, but I'm not at all sure that the greenhouse gas impact is one. When we trim our trees, we actually reduce the foliage that is storing greenhouse gases. There are other good reasons to argue pro and con for this, but I just don't think that is a strong one in and of itself. And I'm not convinced that whereas there may be arguments about whether it's going to contribute to more fallen branches and different things like that, unless we're saying that this tree trimming is going to result in loss of trees, which I'm not sure is the case either. I don't think those are the strongest arguments for
I'd love an opportunity to respond to those if I have it.
Sure.
So tree health is what sustains our trees. And trees that are not pruned adequately and routinely and in a good cycle are not healthy trees. Healthy trees contribute a lot more to greenhouse gas reductions than do ailing trees. So proper pruning does account for that. And the liability issue I mentioned earlier when well, we lost 400 trees last year, 400. How much of that was due to the drought? I can't say specifically. We lost 400 trees. And again, trees that are well cared for and well maintained that aren't overstressed because of drought or anything else are going to be trees that can sustain a challenge. So I think it makes absolute prudent sense to go to a 7-year cycle. And just a reminder too that Urban Forester said, I don't remember who said it tonight or not, but the Finance Committee said that the recommended cycle is 5 to 10 years. We are on the outer edge of the recommended cycle at 10.
Okay, but you didn't get a second. Councilmember Du Bois.
So two quick questions. So I support the intent of these amendments. I just want to make sure we got them right. So on his rep, I thought we said, and I thought I read that more money necessarily couldn't be used because of the 2-year cycle, but that we already have an existing fund that we could generalize. So is there an existing emerging needs fund?
There's not an existing emerging needs fund. There's an existing one-time $50,000 reserve that was established for in the event that the approved budget was below the requested or needed his RAP funding. So ultimately that would only be liquidated, so to speak, if we were unable to fulfill the 2-year cycle. So what this, I guess, what this recommended amendment or adjustment would be is to add an ongoing $50,000 reserve, which means we would replenish it every year when we build the budget, and it would be for emerging needs for whether it is a HISRAP grantee or other human services activities. So outside of that 2-year grant process, these are unexpected things, either from current grantees or other activities.
So I guess the question is, do we need to make the existing account more accessible, or do we need more money? Do we need both?
Since the existing account is only one time, and the intent of this is to make it ongoing, it's probably easiest to establish a new account, and if you guys want to give the direction to liquidate as part of our year-end process the current account, that's something you could do.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Sorry.
A second question. So on the 750,000, I guess my concern here is that we're not setting the best policy by specifying an absolute amount. I think what I heard Lalo and the city manager say is that they wanted to come back to finance with a discussion about using money above the 18.5% for unfunded pension as well as infrastructure. And rather than just say 750,000 tonight, I would much rather prefer we think about it more as policy direction. And I would offer that as a friendly motion, which is to have staff come back to finance with options for use of excess funds above the 18.5% towards capital infrastructure fund and unfunded pension liabilities.
So we had, what was it, $1 million roughly?
1.3.
1.3. I thought 750 was the right number when Mayor Burke put that out there as part of that 1.3, which wasn't really going into anything above the 18.5. That was sort of the, no, I'm going to stick with it the way it is.
And I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive.
Yeah, may I just add to that? I think both things can be accommodated. We have a lot of variables that will probably get a little bit clearer during the first quarter of this fiscal year as far as demands for other funding. There's nothing that precludes finance from being asked to take up some discussion of the BSR and different fund, uses that could be used to even during the course of this year. So you can go ahead and adopt this budget. That discussion could still take place.
So we're saying basically a minimum of 750, but it could be more. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying you would take the specific action right now, but you technically could set a policy for the BSR anytime you would want, or move money out of the BSR into other funding sources anytime.
But the simple answer to the question is yes, it could be more.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I want to keep focus on the budget as we're voting for a 2017 budget. We're coming out of a year where our revenues, our tax-based revenues, which are the most discretionary funds we have, increased by probably over 10%. That's a unique year, a wonderful year, a good year. And that's why these issues we've been talking about, HISRAP, giving some flexibility to the planning department, dealing with our parking issues, should get funding that they need. These are important issues the city's grappling with, and to have them underfunded in such a good revenue year just isn't right. So I'm delighted to have these additions coming in and the flexibility for our planning department. On the other hand, there's still tough choices. Why? Because our expenditures have gone up fairly dramatically. We've had a number of salary negotiations come out, and we have been fairly generous in those salary negotiations, making up for lost time for many people, but also in competitive salary situation. The salaries push benefits, and our unfunded liabilities are going up quite dramatically, because it's striking in the year 2017. We've done pretty well, but the stock market has not. So the money we have invested to cover our unfunded liabilities has not gone up very much over the last couple of years. So that's something we should keep in mind. The other element is our infrastructure. As the mayor pointed out, we have done a wonderful job in dedicating money, $129 million, to infrastructure projects around town that are sorely needed, and we need to keep those in line. Now, the way we've maintained our budget stabilization reserve is by postponing some of those infrastructure payments. Buildings for our municipal services center, parks investment. These are things that have to be done. We're postponing them from this year to the future. So it's not that we have lots of money to spend on a variety of things. The $750,000 payment we want to make to the Section 115 is a consequence of the salary changes that have taken place. So I want to emphasize that, this is a tough budget we're looking at. And we need to be aware moving into the future that we have postponed some important expenditures that we have. So I'm supporting the budget as programmed, including the $750 for the pension benefit trust, but be very sensitive about what this means, especially the postponement of infrastructure for our 2018 budget.
Councilmember Filseth.
Well, thanks. I was just going to try to second Councilmember Holman's motion if she could propose offsetting cuts.
That's the motion to go to a
I'm not sure what the
seven-year
procedure
cycle.
for that is.
Well,
I'm not for sure procedural where we are, though.
procedurally, somebody needs to make a motion and get a second. That's the procedure. Okay. Councilmember Niss.
Especially thanks to Finance Committee. I know this is a long and arduous thing, and Eric, you did a really good job. I think, though, to echo some of the things that Councilmember Schmidt has said, we're very fortunate. We are, I have done a lot of budgets through the years, and the budgets that have almost nobody here in the audience are the kind of budgets you like, because that means you're not cutting people, you're not cutting programs, and you're not really starting to take away services from your community. It's a fortunate year. Having said that, there's only one other comment that I want to make. We're spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $825,000 on Track Watch. So we're approaching $1 million in Track Watch. Some time ago when we first began this, and I think then I was on policy, we talked about having the school district as a partner in doing this. And I would really like us to examine that again. I think this is part and parcel. apparently we've had pretty good luck this year with the exception of the Alma crossing, but it's important. I think we need to pay more attention to it, and I would urge the school district to share in this service to the community with us. And having said that, I will vote for the budget.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I apologize because earlier I'd said I had 2 amendments, and so I only got to 1. Nobody's fault but my own. On packet page 139, there is a list of referral items to that at the request of the Finance Committee. It's in the middle of the page. There are 5 bullets there, and so I would offer as an amendment to the maker and seconder of the motion to the first bullet, review sworn versus non-sworn staffing for cost savings and enhanced services, increased revenues, refer that to staff. The second bullet, refer to policy and services, identify options for increasing human services resource allocation process or HISRAP funding in fiscal year 2018, potentially increased to $667,000 level, which reflects a 2.5% cost of living increase annually from fiscal year 2002 levels. And this is in the staff report, so I'm hoping that David can pick it up. And then 3, refer to, this is the 4th bullet, is refer to Policy and Services Committee to explore low-income fee programs, specifically with regards to community services. So those 3 bullets to be referred. First bullet to staff, second bullet to PNS, 4th bullet to PNS.
Isn't the first bullet already to staff? I mean, I thought we were already reviewing the sworn versus non-sworn. I mean,
Yes, we're reviewing that. We're moving forward with that.
I mean, that's what I thought, so that's already in there.
Okay, if that's already included, then it's just the second and 4th bullets then?
So I don't agree with the second bullet. I think that's too much money, and we're lucky. So no, the second bullet.
So I'll offer it as a freestanding amendment then.
I will second that.
Thank you. And just to speak really briefly to that, it's because we are currently at 2002 levels, and that's 2016.
So I agree. We have done some tremendous investments in our infrastructure, and I think we should be really proud and pleased as a community with that. But to have made that level of increase in investment really in the last essentially a tripling of the infrastructure in the same time frame that we have reduced our funding for our most vital people in greatest need, I think is not keeping our priorities straight. I think we can do both, and this is a referral to policy and services. It's not a definitive action, but it is to explore how we would go about doing it. Councilmember Wolbach?
I'll actually support the amendment. The key word here that I think is important and hopefully earn some more votes is the word potentially.
Okay. Vice Mayor Scharf?
What is the current amount of the HISRAP?
448. So if we were to inflate the number for 18, it's roughly a $208,000 increase above the 2.5 assumed.
So it would be an extra. So it wouldn't be. It would be an extra $200,000.
That's correct.
In future years, what we're looking at. Okay.
Councilmember.
That's ongoing.
Yeah, that would be ongoing. So I wasn't actually finished. I was just trying to process that because actually at first I thought it was 667,000 additional. So it's 200,000 additional. So the intent of this motion then is to have policy and services look at whether or not we should do that. Is that correct? Or is it exploring how to, I mean, I wasn't clear when you said explore how to do it, or is it whether or not we should do this? That's a different motion.
I think I can clear it to explore how we would do it, and then there would be a decision on whether or not to do it.
So I'm confused on the how we would do it part in that it's really just a budget choice. I mean, you would just say, do you want to spend the extra $200,000? I mean, I'm not sure what the discussion is, unless the policy and services is going to play a budget role, which says what offsetting cuts are we going to make in something else. But that's really a budget function. And I think I'm a little concerned about the notion that it's one thing to refer it, whether or not we should do it, whether or not it looks at it, and then refer it to finance and look at it holistically in the budget. I'm just not sure if this is direction then to do it, because the question is, how would you do it? You just pay money. I'm confused.
I think that's a good point then. So I think it's really then a referral to policy and services for a deeper consideration of whether or not to do it.
I could support that.
It's whether or not and how.
Well, the how is really, it's a budgetary decision. That's the how, unless there's a question of specific programs to spend it on. That I didn't think was part of the motion at this time. That would be a future consideration. So I think if we just have it as refer it as a discussion on whether or not, I think that's a good way to go.
So let me ask this for clarification then. So, and I realize this because this number came from me because of the 2.5% per annum. But so let's suppose Policy and Services says, 2.5% a year takes us to 667, but let's just say, maybe it should be, I'm making up a number here just for purpose of conversation, it should be 700,000. I just don't want to tie their hands. It could be 650, whatever it is. They might think that it's important to phase it in.
But that's not what we're asking them to do. It's whether or not to bring it back up to the 2.5%.
Well,
not whether or not to go to any unlimited number.
So what I'm saying is potentially increase to 667. What I'm wanting to get clarified in the motion that the 667 isn't a static number. It's potentially increased to the 667. So it seems like to me there's some latitude in there about what they arrive at as to a final dollar number. That's how I read that.
I think it's okay. I think the main thrust is to get the concept for a deep consideration of policy and services, and I think it does that.
As long as that's clear, I'm good with that.
And I think at this hour we want to be moving things forward. We have another item on our agenda. Okay.
Second item, just real quick.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I think originally you were trying to capture what was in the report here, which was this is for fiscal year 18 to refer to staff, not to policy and services, for item 2. And then item 4 would go to policy and services. Does that make it clear? Instead of referring both of them to policy and services?
Well, the fourth bullet is to policy and services in the staff report.
I'm talking about the second one.
Okay, you're talking about the second bullet only?
I think the confusion was that maybe that should just be referred to staff as part of the fiscal year 18.
I think it gives...
motion.
I thought that's the motion you originally made.
No, I originally made the motion to send it to PNS because I think it has more gravity if it goes to PNS with a
Okay, so the motion
referral.
is to refer to PNS.
So I've accepted that. I don't know.
Okay, good.
Great.
Thank you.
And I'll accept
then
it
the
too.
fourth bullet? The fourth bullet, which was referred to PNS regarding low-income fee program, specifically regards to community services.
I guess I don't understand that. I don't understand what that means.
We have some programs in community services, especially that there's no low-income safety hatch, I guess you could say. There's no accommodation for low-income persons to be able to access programs in community services. Because they're all on the same platform as I read them. Certainly, an example that I would bring up and have brought up is community gardens. There's no low-income accommodation.
So we have certain programs that have low-income reductions in the rate, and this is to refer to PNS to explore low-income.
I would be fine with if we look at all of the programs that have low-income referral, we look at it all at once.
Mayor Burt, if I could clarify something.
Yeah, Rob?
Rob Ghost Community Services. So the fee reduction program is not based on the type of program. It's based on the person you are. So we have fee reduction for children, and we have fee reduction for seniors, and we have fee reduction for people that have a disability. We don't have fee reduction for the adult category. And so for the community gardens, if you're an adult, you're not low income, and you're not disabled, you don't have the opportunity to get a fee reduction. So I think that's what Councilmember Holman, if I can speak for you, would like us to look at a fee reduction option for adults.
For low-income adults?
Nope, just Yeah, low-income adults, I'm sorry, yes.
We don't have currently a low-income adults.
That's right.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll accept that too.
All right, so that covers these items. I see no more lights, and we can vote on the board.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize, but I was looking for a window. We also want to make sure for the record that it includes the at places memo we provided you, which basically is increasing the revenues and adjusting for the two positions. It's memorandum dated June 13, additional information pertaining to the fiscal year 2017 budget, which was part of our slides.
So let's just go over the language that would capture that.
Municipal fee schedule, including the recommendations included in the, whatever, the supplemental memorandum.
To CMR 6932.
Okay. Can you offer that to the clerk?
Yes. Thank you.
So they're going to offer to the clerk how to capture. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Sure. Okay. Uh-oh. Do we have another light? No? Well, we have a second as they're writing this up. No? We're good. And covered all my script items, right? Okay, we have the motion before us to adopt the operating and capital budgets and municipal fee schedule, including actions taken at places memorandum, and each of the related rate increases, utility financial plans, and salary schedule resolutions with the following changes: an additional $50,000 for an emerging needs fund for human services, including HISREP grantees, an additional $750,000 for pension benefit trust section 115 fund to reduce unfunded pension liabilities, a referral to the Policy and Services Committee of whether or not to increase human services resource allocation or HISREP funding in fiscal year 2018 and potentially increase to the $667,000 level, which reflects a 2.5% cost of living increase annually from our fiscal year 2002 levels. Finally, refer to P&S, Policy and Services Committee, to explore a low-income fee program for adults with regards to community services. And that's the motion. Did you want to speak? Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah. Is it too late for me to propose one more amendment? No. Okay. Just to see if this flies. Move to 7 years on tree trimming and partially offset the cost by reducing the sustainability contingency fund to $125,000.
Second.
Okay, did you want to speak toward that?
Contingency fund, yeah, from 250 to 125.
Do you need to speak to your motion?
That should be pretty clear.
All right, so first it wouldn't cover that nut.
It would partially.
And second, I would not support reducing the sustainability contingency fund. So I'm not going to support that motion. But I'm sorry,
sorry, I want to propose it as a...
That's a separate motion, so I've just spoken to your motion. Councilmember Wolbach speaking to this separate amendment, standalone amendment.
Well, actually, I think that the maker and seconder of this separate motion should probably get a chance to weigh in before I make my comments. Because it was not.
Thank you very much. I'm running the meeting, and they already have.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. I will echo the comments by Mayor Burr and will not be supporting this.
Okay. All right. So let's just vote on the amendment. Move to 7 years for the tree trimming and reduce the Sustainability Office Contingency Fund by
$125,000.
$125,000. Fails on a 4-3 vote. We got somebody missing? Okay. That fails on a 4-4 vote with Council members Wolbach, Schmidt, Scharf, and Burt voting no. All right, we return to the primary motion. Please vote on the board. I'm sorry. No, I did. Was it? Did you vote no? Oh, I'm sorry. So Burt and Nis voting no. I'm sorry. Okay. Now to the primary motion. And hallelujah. That passes unanimously with Councilmember Berman absent. Lalo. And thank you to all the staff who have participated in this and joined us in this pleasurable evening.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council. I want to thank the 3 remaining members of the OFB team, Kylie, Paul, and Steve, who've done an outstanding job. Also supporting them was Joe, Taryn, Laura, Julia, Monica, the department heads, and their staff behind me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We will now.
Want to take a 2-minute break?
I don't know. Does anybody need it?
Carter's asking.
You need a break? If we need a break, I'll do it. But okay. We're going to move on to our final item tonight, which is approval of a funding agreement with the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association, or PATMA, and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation in the amount of $100,000 for fiscal year 2017 for pilot programs and discussion of the PATMA draft strategic plan.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, just clarification, you right now also have item 10B, which is the consent item pulled off. Thanks.
All right, welcome. Joshua, you?
Yes, greeting, Mayor, members of council. I'm Josh Mello, the city's chief transportation official. I'm joined this evening by Sue Ellen Atkinson, who is our interim transportation planning manager, as well as Rob George, who is the chair of the board of the Palo Alto TMA. And Sue Ellen and Rob are going to handle the bulk of the presentation. I'll turn it over to Sue Ellen to start it off.
Thanks. Good evening. So we're here tonight on the TMA funding agreement, and Rob has graciously joined us to go through the draft business plan that the TMA is currently working on. So the funding agreement, proposed funding agreement before you tonight is between 3 parties: the City of Palo Alto, the Palo Alto TMA, and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. The Palo Alto TMA has a customized philanthropy services agreement with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, wherein the SVCF accepts donations for the TMA and then provides those funds to the TMA for their use. So hence the reason for the 3-way funding agreement. So just in general, what is a TMA? Directly from the Palo Alto TMA's website, TMA is a nonprofit organization that develops, manages, and markets transportation programs. And some of the benefits to having a TMA in your area is that it allows for nimble management of transportation programs, and it offers a one-stop shop for transportation services rather than each employer having to offer transportation services independently. It also provides a forum for larger and smaller businesses to work together on programs for a mutual benefit in a similar geographic area. So an overview of the city funding currently for the TMA. In the fiscal year 2016 operating budget, there's $100,000 that was budgeted for TMA pilot programs. The proposed agreement in front of you will govern the use of those funds, and it addresses some of the concerns that council had the last time that the TMA was at City Council. And some of those concerns and the conditions that are contained within the agreement are that the TMA meetings and documents will be public. The city manager must approve the pilot projects to be funded, and the TMA will provide a strategic plan and budget within 90 days of an accepted agreement. The city is already committed to fund the startup administrative costs of the TMA through an existing contract with MIG. And there will likely be an amendment to this proposed agreement that's before you tonight to govern an additional $100,000 for the TMA in the fiscal year 2017 budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rob George, who's going to give you a sneak preview of the business plan and budget that the TMA has been working on.
Thanks, Sue Ellen. Mr. Mayor, council members, thanks for having me this evening. At this late hour, I appreciate the time and excited about sharing the work the TMA's been doing in the last couple of months. So really my focus is, I'm going to move as quickly as I can through this just to be respectful to the late hour, but give you an idea of the direction that we've moved in with some of the feedback we got from you at our last council meeting and the work that we've been doing as a board. Proud to present some of these things to you this evening and move forward with the TMA. If I could make a brief comment before I dive into the slides, is this is thinking beyond what the request for staff is this evening, is that we're really looking to the future and going to be presenting a 3 and a 5 year sort of top view plan for you and give you some numbers that we've worked together based on our work as a board. So this base slide is really just to respect the council's desire to hit that 30% reduction rate and translating that into a real number, which based on the population of the downtown is 1,650 employees moving from single occupancy vehicles into other modes. And then tying back to the mission of the TMA, there's 5 areas of focus that I just wanted to call out this evening that we've emphasized in our work as a board. The first, obviously, is programs. The TMA can't have an impact without programs to get folks out of their cars and into other modes of transportation. The second is really about providing accurate information and outreach. I think that, if people don't know about the TMA, then they can't, have, to use the word, vehicles to getting out of their car, and into other modes of transportation. So really about increasing awareness and partnering with the city, the chamber, the downtown association, and everyone in the community to work on that. Partnerships. It's impossible for us to be successful without partnerships with transit partners, communities, and the council to make this successful. I think that this one is really the 4th bullet point, but could be the top line item, is a sustainable budget, is really being able to look to the TMA as something that funds the future success of Palo Alto. Continues to make it a great place to live, work, dine, play. And then last, the TMA should be an advocate for not just Palo Alto, but sort of the regional forward-thinking transportation options and TDM in this area. So kind of a recap of what we've been doing. This is done a bullet point. I think one of our proud accomplishments with sort of our modest means is the launch of SCOOP program in beginning of April. And as of last Friday, we've hit our goal. We hit a goal of 300 registered users, and as of last Friday, we have 320 registered users. I have a few details I'll refer to here just to give you additional information. 500 trips already. A 68% match, which is great by standards, but we're shooting for a 90% match. And I think that's a real example of how the community is ready for options to switch modes, to get out of their cars and find other ways to work. Meetings with Caltrain and Samtrans, starting to talk with Caltrain about options to get passes to folks, not just in the large businesses, but in the small businesses like mine, and use the train and make train a reliable and affordable option to move in and out of Palo Alto. Talking about pilot programs with Samtrans. And we've had some exciting conversations about a bulk pass program with them, and they're doing some analysis for us that we'll be working on very soon. As you know, the second annual employee survey is in process, so we're excited for the results of that. We were pleased from the first year's results to find that we had a 55% SOV rate in Palo Alto, which is great. And we're hoping that we continue to see progress from this year's survey as the results come in. Prepared a draft business plan, which you all have this evening to look over and to scratch up and have questions back at us. One of our upcoming meetings, actually we have a meeting on Thursday afternoon that you're invited to attend, talking about the formation of a resident advisory committee. So sort of, creating that one Palo Alto community, residents and business. We've had a focus group. One of our board members is from IDEO, and one of our board had a focus group that involved low-wage workers from East Palo Alto and some targeted areas that came up with some interesting findings about really the ways that service workers move around in and out of Palo Alto and some of the challenges they have working in Palo Alto. Of course, we're working on marketing it, and something as simple as a logo takes a little bit of effort, but we have some drafts of a TMA logo, which will be part of that advocacy piece and being recognized as a viable resource to folks downtown and in Palo Alto. And then upcoming, we're going to be facilitating a community event at Avenidas to help sort of understand how seniors have needs about moving about town and how we can help them reduce SOV trips as well. This slide is really to kind of put it in perspective in terms of a dollars and cents perspective. So this is really a simple slide that, on the left identifies our goal of 1,650 folks, the 30% goal, but the traditional approach is a parking garage, and what the cost of a parking garage would be based on real rates, and approximately $100 million to build a parking garage downtown, whereas investing in TDM invests in community and invests in resources and at a much lower investment, in the neighborhood of $1.3 million a year. In terms of cost for the programs that we're talking about to hit that goal relative to that $100 million expense. So most mode split goals, I think it's important to put it all in numbers, and our current mode split is in the column in the center. So you can take a look at where we are today based on last year's survey numbers. You'll notice that a few of the lines are sort of highlighted in red, and those will be at this point the TMA's emphasis points, the programs that we'll be focusing on. So transit, obviously, we have an opportunity to move a lot of folks out of their cars. Carpool, we're already showing success with Scoop and others. It's not just going to be a Scoop only, but Scoop has been a good first start for us. And then obviously with the folks in the proximity to downtown, bike is a great option. The mode split reduction on the right just shows you the goals that we have with this 1650 number. And then I think that there's, we have to sort of add some credibility to it. So this slide really just calls out the reality of the goals, is that if we were setting goals that were unattainable, it would be difficult to, get your partnership and support in moving our programs. So we have 3 examples. So in terms of Stanford's transit, carpool, and bike percentages, Facebook. And then we thought that Genentech was a relevant example, not being close to Palo Alto, being up in South San Francisco, but to see that these numbers were very, very similar to the goal numbers that we were setting for the TMA. So the next few slides kind of call out some future goals. So there's the next 3 slides are real numbers based on the programs that we've set. So the first slide is achieving that 30% goal in 3 years. And as you can see, the first year has a 3% SOV reduction, so we're getting off to kind of a slow-moving start, but that is really tied to the funds that you'll be approving for us this evening, hopefully. That $100,000 is going to be spent to keep us moving for the rest of the year. And then moving toward the second year with a 15% reduction, so halfway to our goal, with a cost of a little over $1 million for that first year. And then the third year, just a tad under $1.3 million, and realizing our full 30% goal. This next slide kind of gives you the same information, just spreading out the impact over 5 years. And essentially, calling out that first year is the same $100,000 that staff is asking for this evening for the TMA. And this last slide just puts it all together in one slide. So the 3-year goal with a cost of about $2.5 million over 3 years. 5 years, stretching that out, and of course a bit more expensive with the additional years of a $3.5 million cost of business to keep the TMA hitting those numbers. Now this slide is just really some per person assumptions that with the help of Wendy, our executive director, interim executive director, these are based on current retail costs. There's no reduces, kind of the full MSRP cost of transit, first mile, carpool, and then a comment about sort of the evolution of pricing, parking structures in the city. And then tying back to that, there are definitely some potential savings in those real numbers. So, new fare structures with Caltrans, Samtrans, VTA. So whatever partnerships we work with them that help the TMA to exist, to provide, smaller businesses like mine with, affordable Caltrain passes, for example, will help reduce the per person cost of that. The development of flat rate pricing for the shared ride market. So, Scoop is a start, but, there's possible relationships with Lyft and Uber and future rideshare companies. Basically declining subsidies as needed as transit and other first mile costs decrease and services increase. So as we grow, naturally the costs will go down. And then co-sponsorship from some larger employers for their employees. So, I think that one of the things that we talked about at the previous meeting is membership dues. and realizing that with only 20 large employers in Palo Alto, the ability to fully fund the TMA with just 20 large employers in town was not going to be a realistic future option. But we are looking for co-sponsorships with those larger companies and possibly even regionally as we grow into the future. And then eventually full subsidies may only be needed for turnover employees. So once we get folks converted, the cost drops significantly because it's just for the new to Palo Alto employee. Now this next slide just really draws out some of the funding sources for TMAs just across the country. I don't know if it's necessary that we go through each one of them, but the top one is local employer transportation tax, parking revenues. Those are two that have sort of been topics of discussion amongst the council and amongst others. So they're up at the top of the list, but there are a lot of other options that can exist to us as we establish and grow. So I think that in terms of interim needs, I think that there's going to have to be a critical partnership and understanding between the city and the TMA, and we want to work together to understand the residents' needs, the city's needs, and really the businesses' needs. We want to continue to keep the city. I use a word that is sometimes look at it as a dirty word, but robust or vibrant and growing. There's nothing more exciting than thinking of a TMA that continues to grow and support as the city grows. So we need the city at this point to help us move these programs more quickly. And our plan is to come back to you in the early fall for a more formal funding request based on the future plans that we've set out. Thanks.
Okay. So just to wrap that up, so Rob presented a brief overview of the draft budget and business plan. The only recommendation in front of you tonight from staff is to approve and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the funding agreement between the city, the Palo Alto TMA, and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. And with that, we're open to questions on the funding agreement, and Rob and Wendy are available for questions on the TMA.
Great, thank you. And I think what we'll do is we have one speaker card so far. We'll hear from the public and then return to the council for questions and comments. I do want to just say that when we as a council reviewed your initial proposal 3 months ago, it was a modest proposal based upon what you were able to identify you could do with kind of self-funding, volunteer funding, and we asked for you to come back with something that would be concrete in terms of how you would achieve the council objective of the 30% single occupancy trip reduction, what it would cost, what the measures would be, and I'm really pleased to see something that really has responded to all of our requests. So thank you for all your work, to you and Wendy and the others who contributed on this. So I have one speaker card, Adina Levin. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, staff, and TMA participants. Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain. So thanks to the TMA for putting forward this plan, and to council for considering the plan and moving forward towards considering $100,000 to move forward with the initial pilot programs. Using the information from the survey in collaboration with the business community, the TMA has identified a reasonable set of pilot programs to start getting downtown workers out of cars. And as you do consider the next steps for the TMA, I would urge you to recommend to staff and the TMA one more step to pursue faster results according to the scenario that was presented to you in those charts that you saw. Those were budget scenarios that showed the ability to achieve that 30% trip reduction goal in a 3-year or 5-year time frame with a budget of $1.3 to $1.4 million per year. So in order to escalate that progress, parking revenues could provide a strategically complementary source of funding. So a $1 increase per day of garage full price permits could raise about $1 million per year to enable the city to achieve the trip reduction goals sooner. And also by adjusting the parking fees, it would reduce the cost of subsidizing other benefits because it would be relatively more competitive between parking and the alternative. So the city is also currently considering an employer tax that would be complementary with parking pricing because it would enable any additional money to be used more cost effectively because the commuter already has a better apples to apples comparison. And since there is some uncertainty as to whether that's going to go forward and whether it will pass, pursuing the parking option will help move things forward regardless. So therefore, in addition to accepting the staff recommendation, I would urge you to direct staff and the TMA to explore the potential for looking at full price parking revenues as one of the funding sources, including looking at ways of phasing that in so as to be less disruptive to the business community and to commuters. It's really great to see the progress getting forward to this date and looking forward to seeing fewer driving and more sustainable transportation downtown.
Thank you. Our final speaker, late card Nielsen Buchanan.
I think the council has heard me before that I'm a big supporter of the concept of the TMA. Let me just put it in the context that I see it. This region has a thoroughbred horse with Stanford that's doing all the right things it can within its domain. The Stanford Research Park has got a new pony that's going to run well, I think, in the long run. They've got the command control capability and the pure necessity to do the right thing. The good news and the bad news, it leaves the smaller business community and the University Avenue commercial core and the California commercial core with a challenge of how to create something that works in the context of those two very successful programs. I thoroughly believe it can be done. I thoroughly believe it can't be done on $100,000 a year. So the $64,000 question, who's going to come up with the money? It's exactly like the orphan drug problem in the pharmaceutical industry. People recognize that there's a problem that could be solved, but there's no money available to solve it. So my recommendation is that proceed ahead, let this little pony run as best it can. It's not going to run well on $100,000 a year. That's a slightly over one parking space in a garage investment. I hope that by the time the next calendar year rolls around, that the orphan drug problem will be solved, but people will be stepping up to find that extra money. I think the person having to step up with the money is going to have to be primarily the city in the early years. And I hope that you all, the next council that is, will take a real hard look at giving the pony of the small business TMA a chance to flourish. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thank you, and I agree with Mayor Byrd. I was actually really pleased with the presentation. I felt it was well focused, and I felt you had a really strong plan, and I appreciated all the efforts in that. So I did want to ask staff a little bit about, we're doing a parking study right now, right? Does that include adding meters and raising funds as part of that or not?
So we are completing the downtown parking management study. What of the potential outcomes could be recommendations on fees for on-street and garage parking?
Which could be used to fund the TMA?
Yeah, I think it would be up to council to decide how to use those revenues from parking.
Clearly, I was just wondering if it wasn't, have you looked, do you have any preliminary numbers on revenue from something like that?
We
I
don't.
heard Adina throwing out $1 million by adding it, so I was curious.
We don't yet. That'll be one of the outputs of the downtown parking management study. We're looking at demand and turnover.
And when is that done?
We're shooting to complete that by December. Yeah, by the end of this year.
So we could theoretically possibly fund the TMA from that if necessary.
Possibly, yes.
For the next year, right? Because the two scenarios are the 3-year reduction, which would be year 2, $1 million, or the 5-year, which is basically you go to what, 159,000. Is that right?
It's 3.5 million over 5, 2.5 million over 3.
Oh, so it goes to 300,000 the next year. That's right. That's where I missed this. The wrong number. All right. Would it be inappropriate to move the staff recommendation? It's late.
No. Go ahead.
So I'll just move the staff recommendation.
I'd second it.
Okay. You want to speak to it?
No.
Councilmember Niss?
Greg, did you want to speak to it?
No, go ahead.
I guess you didn't. I think we've been waiting to do something like this for so long, and this has great detail in it. I think that we probably all know that for this to really happen, it's going to take a good deal of our resources at the city. And I think we're recognizing that by putting this forth tonight. It starts with a modest amount, but I'm glad Greg said, what about what's downtown already, and could that be a possibility for funding? No one has ever mentioned out loud parking meters, but I imagine that is one of the issues we're going to look at. Am I right? Looking at you, Josh?
Yes, the study that we're working on right now will look at that as one of the options.
Right. And let me just say a word about that, because so many cities now are doing that and using either a card of some kind or their credit card, and it is so much easier if we're going to charge for downtown parking. And for most of us who've looked at this for a while, there's really no question that parking is not free, no matter how we look at it. We have free parking, but somebody is subsidizing it. And I'm delighted we're continuing on with that study. I think it will inform this very completely, and I have high hopes for it. Thanks very much.
High hopes. Councilmember Du Bois.
Just want to point out we had 100% participation by the public on this item tonight. Both members spoke. I know it's late, but the TMA is kind of critical, so I would like to have a little bit of a discussion. It's a nascent TMA. I want it to get a good start, so I'm going to support the funding this year, but I have some concerns about the contract itself, and I also wanted to really just talk about expectations for next year. So I think the big question is, where does the money come from, kind of ongoing? You have a business plan that's losing money next year. And for me, I guess I've been thinking this is a private association of companies. And so it sounds like we really need to decide, is this funded by the city? Is it funded by the companies that it benefits? And should we be setting up incentives, for that to happen? Can we create motivation for the business community to pay for this? I like the idea of paying the TMA to manage and enforce TDM programs. That was something new I saw in your presentation. So I kind of expected the business plan to highlight the extreme need for fundraising. It didn't really come through with a sense of urgency. This is a tool for businesses to improve the impacts they're having downtown. I think we got to find a way to encourage them to pay for more of it, to really see the benefits to themselves by participating. And looking at the business plan, a couple other things jumped out at me. First, I think we need to simplify overall. Every time something comes to us about downtown, it has a different boundary, and we have different sets of numbers floating out there. And I think I'd love it as we move forward with new programs, if we could establish maybe a broader boundary. we have the parking assessment district, we have the downtown cap area, we have the RPP downtown district, which goes into Crescent Park. I mean, there's all these different boundaries. I believe the boundary for the TMA is too small. Doesn't include businesses on Middlefield. We're hearing a lot from dentists and the medical community out there that they're having a real problem. Doesn't include the SOFA area. And I actually think our Bayshore business parks could use TMA to get from the train station out to Bayshore. And we keep talking about Cal Ave, but Cal Ave doesn't have a TMA either. So there's a lot to do. I mean, let's get it started downtown, but I think we're going to have to think about these other areas. So if the EMC survey is accurate, we are currently at a 55% SOV, which is pretty amazing. It's extremely good. 30% reduction would get us to 38.5% SOV. 61% using alternative means of transportation. And when the report turned that into a number of people, says that's 1,650 commuters. And I'm a little bit concerned that we're focusing on an absolute number like that. We have other estimates for the numbers of workers downtown. The diet and body-in numbers suggested something like 12,800 workers. Our business registry says there's over 15,000 people working downtown. And so, 30% reduction there would be 2,400 people, not 1,650. So I would rather see a performance metric based on traffic measurement and a percentage improvement. I think the other problem with an absolute number, it's really kind of nonsensical. If there's a recession and people stop driving to downtown, the TMA is performing great, right? And it has nothing to do with the TMA, it's just the economy. And also this issue of the boundary. So if we grow or shrink the boundary, we don't really want to say the TMA is performing better or worse, right? We really want to measure the performance. I did look at the Stanford report on kind of their TMA and the medical situation, and I really think we can learn a lot from this example. This was, a single landowner with a development agreement with real penalties if they didn't make it. They invested a lot of money, and when you look at it, it took them 20 years to get a 12% change in behavior. And we're saying we're going to get a 30% change in behavior in 3 to 5 years. And I'd love us to get there. I'm a little concerned that we're building these assumptions into things like the comp plan without proving that we can do it. It's a big effort, and that is a huge change. And so I think the other thing I would say to you is when you come back next year, there's some things in the contract about reports to council. I'd really like to see quantitative reports, again, really focusing on a percent change to SOV that would let us understand if this is really working or not working. So there's two places in the contract. If my colleagues agree with me, maybe somebody can make a motion. But page 709, it says there's some vague kind of reporting requirements. I'd like to see those include performance monitoring towards achieving the SOV reduction. And on page 711, it says that we may see the board include a resident representative and a city representative. I think we should, especially in these early years. So rather than may, I'd like to see it say will. So those are my comments.
All right, those are comments. If you want to make a motion, you got to make a motion.
I'd like to see if other people agree with me.
Okay, Councilmember Wolbach.
First, thank you very much to staff and the TMA staff and membership that are here, as well as the members of the public for coming to speak. I'm pretty supportive of most of the comments I've heard. At some point, I'll want to hear Du Bois maybe clarify. I didn't quite catch the second thing he mentioned, and I'm open to considering his suggestions. Don't have a strong feeling one way or another right now. I've got just a few points I want to make, and I'll try and make them very quickly because of the hour. First, I think it's important to note in the ongoing discussion about should we build a parking garage downtown to add greater supply, or should we fund the TMA, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. So I just want to say that. However, we decide to move forward with either or both, I don't think it has to be an either or choice. Secondly, I think it's important that we really talk about and start talking very quickly about where do we get the funds to close the gap between what we're approving tonight and what the TMA needs to achieve, either the 3-year or the 5-year proposals that are listed here. Just a quick question before I continue. Did I hear you say during the presentation that you'll be coming back in the fall with recommendations about that, or should we maybe would it be helpful to give direction to begin exploring that tonight to encourage staff and the TMA to keep moving down that direction?
Wendy's going to come up and make a comment, but the one thing is that we are planning to come back in the fall to make a request that aligns more with the 3 and the 5-year plan that we've revealed this evening. Excuse me.
If I can also break in, one of the conditions in the contract before you tonight is to come back within 90 days of a signed contract to provide a strategic plan and budget to City Council.
Thank you, I missed that. Great. Okay, great. Okay, so that takes care of one of the amendments I was going to offer later. I think it's also important to note, continuing on what Councilmember Du Bois was saying about other parts of town that could use the services of the TMA, that I think it's important to note that the TMA is not restricted to downtown. And I think it's also important to note, going to this question that Councilmember Du Bois raised, I think it's important, which is, what is the purpose of the TMA? I don't think it's just an employer-funded association to fund transportation options for employees. There's nothing that restricts the TMA to only being responsible for employers and employees. In fact, if you look at page 717 of the packet, it talks about how, right in the middle, TMAs can fund and offer branded services to both residents and commercial businesses. So that really the idea here is this is a public-private partnership. We both benefit, everybody benefits, and everybody should chip in. So that's why I'm perfectly comfortable with the city continuing to provide some level of funding. I do think that one thing to explore, and I'll make this as a motion in a moment, but I just want to mention it first. I do think we should explore or just move forward with having a council liaison to the TMA. I think it would be helpful for the mayor to appoint somebody, not necessarily volunteering for it, but to have somebody from the council attend TMA meetings on a regular basis to complement the representation we have from the city in the form of staff. I do get the sense that the community, the city council, the TMA, especially in the last few months since our last meeting, are really ambitious, and I just want to make sure that we do continue to let staff know that we're empowering you to support the TMA to be really ambitious. That we have big hopes and are willing to think big around this. As we look forward, there's something that we were hoping to get to before the break this year, but has been delayed, and that's our city shuttle program. And one thing that I would be open to at least exploration of is whether we'd want to outsource operation of the Palo Alto Free Shuttle to the TMA. I think it might be potentially a better place to run operations for the shuttle with staff support rather than being primarily staff-led. So with that, I'll offer a couple of hopefully friendly amendments. So actually, I guess the funding part that I was going to recommend has already been taken care of. So so first amendment would be, maybe we should just do them one at a time. Establish a council member liaison to the TMA to be appointed by the mayor.
Fine with me. Sure.
Great. And also to direct staff and the TMA to explore the possibility of outsourcing operations of the Palo Alto Free Shuttle to the TMA.
What does that direct staff to explore? Sorry. So what exactly would you want staff to do on that? I mean, if staff could explore it and decide against it, or staff could explore, I mean,
or to explore and bring back to, I guess, to explore and bring back to council considerations and the possibility of outsourcing the free shuttle to the TMA.
How about have staff?
I'm open to tweaks, though.
I was going to say, when is the shuttle stuff coming to us?
November. Yeah, I think we're shooting for November now. We're waiting for the results of the VTA study to, gel a little bit more.
Okay.
Well, and I'm fine with it coming back even as part of that discussion in November.
Well, I can say that we can explore various alternatives when it comes back. I would just say I think that's overly ambitious and really putting a potential load on the TMA that would is not their area of expertise and necessarily and certainly if we're looking for them to do more, this risks overloading them. So I think it's premature.
If I may offer, our interim executive director has expertise in the Emeryville shuttle and the Mission Bay shuttle in San Francisco. So not to volunteer Wendy's services, but she has expertise in this area that might be able to help staff.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that we want to move forward with it, but for exactly this reason, I think it is worth exploring, or at least consideration of at a high level.
Well, I would just say that I think having the TMA be part of our discussion on where we go with the shuttle will be appropriate, but proposing specifically to explore transferring it to them at this point in time, I wouldn't support it.
Well, would you be willing to second it if we change it to that language?
I don't know that needs to be in a motion.
Well, let me turn to staff then. We've heard some discussion about it tonight. In order for this to be even considered as part of the shuttle discussion that we'll hear coming back in November and the long-range planning for the TMA, do we need something in a formal motion, or have you heard that there's at least some interest in exploring it?
I think we've heard you loud and clear, and that we'll be looking at different financial scenarios and different operating plans. So I think some may be appropriate for the TMA to potentially operate, and others we may have to think about different arrangements.
Okay, I'll withhold that as a separate amendment for now, but we'll maybe pick this back up in November. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I think we all see the value of a TMA for downtown and what it can do. What's going to make it work? I think that's the big question. You mentioned you have 3 examples: Facebook, Stanford, Genentech. I mean, the key characteristic of each of those is single employer controlling workforce and the parking around their workplace. We have here a unique situation of many businesses, some big, some small, and the public wanting access to the downtown. We don't want this to emerge with, gee, the public is not invited. So that's a set of circumstances that's very, very different than the examples of TMA that you give that have worked. Councilmember Du Bois made the point that it's good to have a concrete number to start with, a goal, a target. What is the geographic area? What's the number we want? And how do we work toward those goals? Now, we have gone through a DEIR process for our comp plan. And one of the key mitigation measures it uses is TDRs, TMAs. And one of the areas they talk about are the downtown. And they are very explicit in what works. Let's have specific targets. Let's monitor it carefully. Let's set up enforcement and penalties for it so that it's not a voluntary situation. It's a mandated situation that comes from some authority. So that's what our DEIR talks about. And that's, they need to mitigate the traffic and parking issues we have, and they suggest that that's what's needed. Now, Stanford, especially the Stanford Medical Center, has a TDR worked out with the city. And the characteristics of that are there are targeted numbers very clearly stated. They are monitored on a yearly basis. There's a single employer that has control over the parking places, financial penalties. And Stanford has agreed to put up $2.5 million per year in a whole set of programs. Those are 2011 dollars, so it grows each year. And they've committed for 50 years. They say, here's how we're going to do it. Even with that, they have found problems in reaching their goal. They had to adjust their goals downward because the monitoring they were doing, they said, was not as good as we thought it should be. So if Stanford is an example, another example is Mountain View. They have established a TDM program for the east of Bayshore. They have 3-road access into that, and they are monitoring on a regular basis every car that enters there during rush hours. And they put a cap on it. They have 2 big employers, and they say, you're going to be penalized if that cap is exceeded. So, what's going to work for our downtown that is very different than these other situations? How do we get specific targets? How do we work a voluntary operation where all these others at work have a mandated operation with a single employer? So I guess that's a big question to start with. Your board. Board is a voluntary organization of business people. There is no role of overseer, monitor by the city. And yet, where are you getting your funding for? I guess I see your first year budget, and what is it, 70% of your budget is going to come from the city. You hope to get parking fees from the city. You hope to get more funding from the city 12 months from now. Stanford and these other employers are using their resources to reach mandated targets. So there's really a lot of questions here about what you're setting up, the role of the city, if you want money from the city, if you want cooperation from the city, what can you give them in terms of concrete goals, means of measuring how you're doing on an annual basis, not just reporting to the city, oh, we're doing okay, but here's the number we have achieved, here's how we measure that. You come in and measure it yourself if you want to or need to. I think those are the types of issues. We can move forward and grant you some money now, but I think you should come back with a very concrete statement on targets, on mandatory rather than voluntary, with oversight, with penalties, and with a funding source that is somewhat equivalent to what Stanford is doing. Not to spend $1 million for a few years, but to commit to spend $2.5 million per year for 51 years. So those are the types of questions that I would have.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I won't repeat anybody else's comments. It's a question that I have, which is in the last staff report that came to council in March, there were comments and questions about the mission statement and purpose and the executive summary, and I don't see any update to those, but there was some question about accountability, who was actually, what the outreach was and who was actually serving on the board and those sorts of things. And I didn't see any update on those. A lot of the other things have been addressed here. Congratulations on that and much appreciated. But those things don't seem to have been addressed unless I'm totally missing them.
There is some language in the agreement, I think, that references expansion of the board. I think Sue Ellen can expand on that for us. And that was directly as a result of the feedback that we received the last time we visited council.
I didn't notice it. If you can point me to it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, it's, hang on, I just found it. It's under 12 under requirements, section E.
Can you point me to a page, please?
It's page 4 of the TMA funding agreement. I do not have the full packet page number.
Packet page 711.
Thank
7
you.
what, I'm sorry? 7 what?
711.
711, thank you.
So section E reads that the city may request that the TMA board be expanded to include additional members, possibly including residents or additional city representation.
That doesn't exactly address what I'm asking. It says, like, what is the constitution of the board and what's the outreach and how do they gain members? And the information that we had last time was like, well, people who, you know, pay a fee and volunteer. But what's the outreach and what is the constitution of the board? So this doesn't address what I was asking.
So the bylaws, which were adopted, I believe late in 2015, outlined the makeup of the board, and divides the board into large businesses, medium businesses, and small businesses. The agreement that's before you tonight is just the agreement for the funding that the TMA is going to receive from the city. So these are the strings that we're attaching to the funding that we're providing the TMA. These are not the incorporation documents for the TMA. Those are separate from this.
It does seem, though, like one would want to have those structural and formative documents before providing the funding. So, what are we funding? I'm not going to oppose it because I want us to move forward, but I will say that the structure should be identified and clear before doing this from a procedural standpoint.
So the bylaws that were presented to you when we last visited you have not been modified since that visit?
I think there were questions raised about those, and so that's one thing I am disappointed about.
So I'll just add a few thoughts. First, the key to this ultimately is funding. The TMA team has now come up with a plan, and if it's funded, that can do really have impactful outcomes. But I think it is wishful thinking to think that encouragement is in some way going to come up with adequate funding. We haven't seen that we have a strong willingness from the broad business community to put up the kind of dollars that this would take, and I don't anticipate that's going to be the case. So that leaves two funding sources, our prospective transportation tax and parking sources. And I think, frankly, that both of those are going to be necessary if we're going to want to have a strong TMA for downtown, have it expanded beyond the current boundaries in downtown, because the cost would go up more if we included SOFA and the nearby Middlefield area, and then subsequently beyond that, I mean, Cal Ave and elsewhere. So if this is successful, we'll want to do it more, but it will require the funding. And as we go with more significant funding, then we'll look at what would be the governance that would track with what the funding sources are. So I do support expanding the TMA boundaries. At the outset, I think SOFA should be included. There was questions about traffic counting. I'm enthusiastic about trip caps in areas where you can monitor them effectively. Stanford Research Park and perhaps the East Bay Shore. I don't see how we do that in the downtown. So even though that might be an ideal, it's not practical in my mind for this this location. Councilmember Du Bois also had a concern because of what level of mode shift Stanford had. So I think the math is not being done correctly there. So we have a 30% reduction in single occupancy of vehicles. So our current SOV rate is what? 50? So then that is an overall. If it's 55, it's you know, an 18% mode shift. It's not a 30% mode shift. It's 30% of 55. And out of that, and when we look at Stanford, I believe it's they were looking at the shift of the totality of their commuters. And then the points were well taken. I mean, the Stanford, both in the research park and on campus and at the hospital, are very well funded, and they've shown that with good funding, these programs can be successful. Without the good funding, the best designed program's not going to work. And then Councilmember Schmidt was talking about legal enforcement. I don't get how that would work. What would be the legal mechanism to enforce that people were participating properly? We don't have those levers, nor ones that I can envision, other than what we've done in residential permit parking. That's the most effective ordinance impact on this, because as long as there's free parking in the neighborhoods, it'll be very hard to get people to shift their modes. And conversely, because we have that, we're seeing a lot more recognition and interest. We had Chop Keenan come forward, and he is now supporting metered parking downtown. And I can tell you from discussions with him over many years, that is a tidal shift. So there are changes that are occurring, and some of these are really because of the RPP program. And so on the one hand, I'm very encouraged that we've got something before us that is really substantial and a model that could be potentially expanded throughout other areas of the city. The nut is the funding. So Councilmember Du Bois, did you have something that you wanted to offer in terms of an amendment?
I did. So I know it's late. Pretty sure my math was correct, but we'll let that one go. So the I guess a third option would be something to explore, but I agree we need mandatory tools. Would be if project approvals could require payment into the TMA. But so I'd like to propose an amendment to agreement item number 6, reporting requirements, to have it end with including quantitative measures that include performance monitoring, measuring the percentage change in SOV, and cost per employee mode shift.
So you're adding quantitative measures.
Quantitative measures is in there. I'm adding including performance monitoring, measuring the percent change in SOV. And so again, this gets to the idea of the absolute number of 1650 is rather meaningless.
And this would go into where? I mean, you're saying to do what with this?
So packet page 709, into the agreement that we're approving tonight. There's a reporting requirements there, and I was trying to make it a little more specific.
So So it already says including quantitative measures. That's what's
Yeah, so I'm adding this, including, let's see if you got it right here. Include performance monitoring, measuring the percentage change in SOV. So
I just say that at the funding level we're talking about, we're not going to see a lot of performance.
So I can see a lot of what?
Performance.
Well, they're committing to reduce it in terms of 1650
That's
cars.
with the full funding, but we aren't doing the funding.
They're committing to like a 3% change.
No, I know. So they're committing to annual reporting. I'm just trying to make it a little more specific.
And I'm just saying that at this seed funding level, it's going to be tough to measure it. At $100,000 a year, you're not going to have much impact. Josh?
If I could just interject, the agreement has already been executed by the other two parties, so this would require resetting the entire contract execution process if we were to make changes to the actual contract. I would recommend that instead, maybe this is included in a resolution directing staff to ensure that these items are included in the presentations when the TMA comes forward to council.
Sounds good, and something that would be in future reporting of an expanded
Well, they're supposed to
TMA.
come twice a year with reports, so I'm saying in those reports. So
I think this is premature, frankly. I think with seed funding, as Mayor Burt said, it's $100,000. When we give them $1 million,
yep.
Then I think you'll start to see that.
I said they come back a year from now and they just say things are going great, but there's no data. I'm going to be very
And they're not going to
skeptical.
go great off $100,000, Tom.
No.
And they aren't claiming they're going to go great off of that.
I mean,
I think they said 3%.
Well, they have a plan.
Yeah,
They're going to
right.
come back with a strategic plan. And
Yeah,
they're going
but
to come
that's-
back with reports.
Well, a strategic plan is not the same thing as results.
No, but the business plan in here has a forecast right, of how they're going to get that reduction.
Yeah, and then $100,000 is not going to get diddly.
It's the budget for year one.
Yeah, but the reporting needs to track the
second it.
dollars. Okay.
I mean, I'll change the wording, Josh, to how you suggested, which was, could you say that again at the beginning?
Well, I think it'd be simpler to just direct staff to ensure that X, Y, and Z are in the presentation, to council when they come back twice a year. And we can do that. We'll be reviewing the presentation from the TMA, and we'll make sure whatever elements council wants to be apprised of are in there.
Okay. And then just to point out, I mean, Amendment A is also a change to the amendment, isn't it?
No.
You're saying it's already signed, so that,
It's not. The mayor just appoints a liaison.
okay, so it's not changing the board composition?
No.
All right. So again, just to speak to this amendment, my whole point again is that we really are more concerned about a percentage change than an absolute number because the universe keeps changing every year. So that's really the only point.
Councilmember Schmidt. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Filseth.
Just real briefly, I think it all looks great. So yes, let's go forth and do it. Okay. I think the real issue is, I mean, we should spend the 100,000. Let's proceed. I think making it work is going to be challenging, right? And I think that's really where the difficulty is going to come, both funding and making sure we can make it work in our district and so forth. And I think, I think one thing that's we got to overcome is we got to find a way to get everybody to do it, right? I think there's going to be resistance, even from the survey that, a lot of the drivers say, no, I want to keep driving my car, right? I think, some of our business groups can be very conservative on this kind of stuff. And I think we got a role in that too, because I think people are going to come to us and say, this is too soon, too much, and so forth. And I think the council needs to push forward on this as well. And to Councilmember Du Bois and Schmidt's point, worst case, I think, is that the comp plan builds in a lot of stuff, assuming this works, but we're not even going to know if it's going to work for a few years now, right? And especially depending on which funding plan you got. So I think that's actually a council issue, not a your group issue. But I think we got to not get ahead of ourselves in the comp plan, right? And finally, I agree with Tom on the percentage targets. I think that makes sense, but as you say, I think that makes sense when we come back in the next phase, right? I mean, right now we're just doing the pilot, so I'm going to support it. You know, good luck with it.
Did we get, okay, and I'll just say, look, I think that the percentage is perfectly fine. I want to make sure our expectations are realistic, and my point was that under this funding level, we're not going to have measurable impacts. It's going to have to be the full funding or some very significant funding to see the outcomes that we all have said we wanted to have, and that we have as a council policy of this 30% reduction. And it's a good plan, and it'll have to be funded one way or another if we want it to be successful. All right, so let's vote on the board. What? Yes, I'm sorry. First on the amendment. Okay, that passes on 7-1 with Councilmember Wolbach voting no. Second on the primary motion. And that passes 8-0. So thank you all very much. Welcome to the late hour. Yeah, we have the return of the... So now we will be returning to the former item number 7, new 10B, which is approval and authorization for the city manager to sign a letter commenting on the City of East Palo Alto's general plan update and draft environmental impact report. So, Councilmember Wolbach, you led pulling this from consent. Was it just in general to want to review it in greater depth, or were there specific things that you wanted to draw attention to?
So I think that some of my colleagues may have some other concerns that they'd like to point out. I did feel that some of the, and we can go through them one by one if necessary, hopefully not. I did feel that I guess two overarching concerns. First, it seemed that there were at least a couple of times in the letter that we stated that something would result in a significant impact which was not sufficiently studied in the draft EIR, and I didn't see the basis for us making that claim. And if that was softened to say that we are concerned X or Y or Z might cause significant impacts that were not fully studied, that softening of the language I would be more comfortable with. So that's one issue. And again, my colleagues may have specifics they'd like to add to that. Secondly, a significant theme of the letter seems to be, and the implication of the letter seemed to be expressing an interest in reducing or delaying additional housing in East Palo Alto. And although we may have a range of opinions about how much, where, and when to add housing in Palo Alto, I don't think that Palo Alto should be advocating against or for delay of housing in other communities in the region.
So just maybe a very kind of quick explanation from Hillary too about just the process of draft EIR comments and how they're taken and the city's response. And just very quickly, I would say that I do think that the housing comments were not about East Palo Alto in general. They were very specifically allocated to the western boundary that it shares with Palo Alto and Palo Alto neighborhoods, in just an attempt to identify potential impacts depending upon some of the variables that could be at play. But Hillary?
Thank you, Jim. Council members Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I would just add to that a little. Both Jim and I have heard from residents of Palo Alto who are concerned about the impacts of the additional development the City of East Palo Alto's general plan anticipates on the west side of East Palo Alto. And the letter tries to point out, not saying that additional housing is a bad thing, but tries to point out that it would potentially have impacts and impacts on Palo Alto, and that we think those impacts should be better characterized and described in the EIR. If you look at page 3 of the letter with a population and housing comment, we're pointing out that while only 8% of East Palo Alto's land area is in the West Side planning area, currently 22% of the population is in that area, and that's really where they're putting a lot of the additional development and development potential that they're creating with this general plan update. So it's our feeling is that it is going to have impacts in some of the categories that we've identified in the letter, and I think our staff wrote what is a relatively polite letter saying, hey, we have some residents who are going to be affected in areas that are going to be affected by some of these policy decisions. Please make sure that you characterize those and analyze those adequately, so we have all of the information. You have all of the information you need to make a wise decision, and we have all the information we need to understand the impacts of the decision that you ultimately make.
Well, and just to speed things along, I want to emphasize that an EIR is not a policy position at all.
Right.
It is about whether impacts are adequately studied. And then out of that, bodies can choose to take whatever policy position they want, but that's not what an EIR does.
And I just would add, I don't want to speak too directly for the staff, but this was a letter from me as the city manager to the assistant city manager of East Palo Alto. And of course, we did bring it to the council because this is your opportunity to sort of see and weigh in. But the feedback we got was positive from the staff in the sense like we didn't have any problems with the letter. That doesn't mean when they respond to our comments that they may say they don't agree or whatever. And all this is designed is to put out different perspectives, as you identified, and again, don't result in any particular specific decision or lead to that. And even if we had questions about impacts, you may very well have a very different policy position about where you would be on supporting or not supporting something. So I just think that's important to keep that in mind.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo, like when this was pulled off consent, I went back to reread it. And again, I think it is rather soft. You're saying that the DEIR evaluates the increased population as if it was spread out over the whole city, not in fact concentrated as their plan suggests. So you're asking them to evaluate that. I think that's totally reasonable. So I support the letter as written.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I thought you gave a good concrete response on page 3. I had a problem on page 4 where traffic was mentioned, both on A and C, but especially on A. It says Palo Alto believes there's a significant difference between existing conditions identified in the DEIR and our experience. I would think it'd be helpful if you could give an example. Do we have an F intersection there, or do we have a delay of Y and they're only saying it's X? So a concrete, rather than just say Palo Alto believes, if you could give some data there, I think it'd be very helpful, because it's used both in A and again in C.
Well, I do think we make some qualitative descriptions of the situation there that would indicate that, there is some traffic, and, or just asking them to include that in there.
Would it be better to say Palo Alto notes rather than believes?
Well, I would just say we were trying to surface issues. We're obviously not trying to do the EIR for them. That's walking the line there.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is thank you for bringing this forward. And the other is I've mentioned in the past that I and maybe this is a policy discussion the council needs to have, but I think it would really be prudent on our part to have our Planning and Transportation Commission to review EIRs from adjacent communities and comment on the impacts on our community. We get separate communications from members of the public who want to comment on this, and they can bring it to us, of course, but it's good, I think, as from a policy perspective, to have a community meeting, a public meeting, where people can bring their issues up to an advisory body so that those issues can also be raised to the council level, in addition to the staff analysis.
Well, thank you. You know, we do what we can to bring these letters forward, both to the Planning and Transportation Commission and to the council. It's always a little bit of a mad scramble because the comment period is short and the agenda review schedules for staff reports is long. So in this case, we were able to get it on your agenda for the Menlo Park general plan and zoning update that's coming through now that we're going to be reviewing. They have an EIR on the street. Council will be on break, so we will try and bring that to the Planning and Transportation Commission in your absence, and the city manager will be signing that letter once it's developed.
Yeah, so is the best way to address this in the future is to have a council policy discussion about procedures and what we need to do to help support staff in routing these?
Again, you know, it's a resource issue and a timing issue. If you want to, you know, add a staff person to respond to letters and make sure they go through both the commission and the council, we can try and do that, but we do what we can do. And in this case, we brought it to you. In the case of Menlo Park, it will go to the commission. It's just the way it's worked out.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thank you. And I agree with what Mayor Burt said about it's good to identify the issues. And I think you've done a good job in identifying a lot of the issues. But I guess the reason I voted to pull this is there were several things. I don't think you've identified some of the positive issues that I think we should identify here and have them look at, which would be if we had a large number of units built there, people could then bike and walk to their jobs downtown. And that may actually significantly reduce traffic. I mean, our council has made a big deal about jobs housing imbalance. It doesn't really matter if this is right on the border. It could be Palo Alto. So, you know, if we actually believe in the jobs housing imbalance, we should be supportive of this, or at least have it studied in the EIR about how this would affect our traffic positively. And it may actually really help with all that. Also, how it may affect affordability of housing around Palo Alto, and that there'd be more affordable housing, because that most likely be cheaper than the housing in Palo Alto. So I think all of those should be addressed in the EIR. And then I guess I was really disappointed in the paragraph 3 on page 4. I thought, so it may just be me, but that paragraph struck me as pejorative and not really asking for information in EIR, but indicating that Palo Alto, and it actually seemed to me to be threatening them, to be honest. At the last paragraph, the East Palo Alto decision on redevelopment allowed will have an impact on Palo Alto's position and our city's choice of the preferred alternative for the Newell Bridge. On page 4. That struck me as if we had a veiled threat there. And I may just be reading into it, but I thought we should strike that whole paragraph. And I guess I wanted to see that paragraph struck. That's the third paragraph down on page 4. I thought it was, you know, quite negative and anti, frankly, and not just asking for information in a DIR.
Well, it's a good point. I would say that we've been saying that sort of thing in many ways routinely in relation to the alternatives being studied in the EIR that we're doing on the Newell Road Bridge, and the concern about you know, the alignment and the capacity that East Palo Alto might favor ultimately, that our community's been pretty forceful about saying there were other alignments that they wanted to pursue. So we thought it would be remiss to not sort of acknowledge that we have this other unfolding
But I thought the bridge issue was separate from if they want to build housing. I thought the bridge issue frankly, there were people in our community that want to have a footbridge. And I think there are people who want to have no bridge. You know, I'm not sure tying it to to them building housing on the west side. That seems pretty anti-housing as opposed to asking for information in EIR. So I would strike that paragraph personally.
Just to add on, I mean, we've definitely heard this loud and clear from some of our constituents in Crescent Park, and the City of East Palo Alto has really been advocating for a bridge alternative that they see as increasing capacity. And the same, you know, residents who are saying, well, that's of concern to us, are saying, you know, absolutely no way if you're using that additional capacity to support high-density housing, new high-density affordable housing just over the bridge. So the issues have been linked in the community's mind, and I think our including it in the letter was in an effort to just keep that on their radar screen, that these two issues have become linked, whether we like it or not, and it's something to be aware of.
I appreciate your comment. I mean, we didn't want to send the other signal to say that by not at least mentioning it in here, and we're not drawing what the specific conclusion is, we're just saying that there's a potential correlation between what the bridge design could be and development that takes place. We're not doing anything other than saying that there's a connection there, and it could impact us. And we were concerned if we didn't mention it, that it could be misinterpreted almost as if, oh, geez, that's not an issue that's out there. If you're supportive enough ultimately on some of these other things, then you know, then we're okay on the bridge. And this is one place where we have very specific feedback from neighbors and community members in that area about anxieties and concerns about that.
So can I add, if I recall, there are two issues on the bridge. There's the bridge size, and then there's the question of the alignment with Newell on the East Palo Alto side, and basically whether the bridge would be designed to make that more of a vehicular thoroughfare. And so if there was, I'm interested in us looking at how this area of East Palo Alto can become better served by other means of transportation, and to make sure that the EIR is looking at what mitigations there might be for housing there, and including ones that do not encourage additional vehicular traffic by nature of the bridge size and design.
And I would be fine if that's what the paragraph said, what you just said. And that's really what I was getting to, is I actually think if you build the housing, you may actually have less traffic, frankly. It's going to be walkable and bikeable to Palo Alto, and it's going to be more affordable. And if you're going to work in downtown Palo, you might be able to afford this. You know, so I think, you know, to say we know that this is going to increase traffic, into Palo Alto, I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, it'll increase traffic on 101. There's easy access there. It'll increase that intersection. I thought that comment about I think you commented about that intersection here somewhere. I think that's true. So I would just like us, if we're going to go forward with the letter, I'd like us to see it not have that paragraph, and I'm happy to have the concerns that Mayor Burt just raised to be in there.
Well, the reason we kept it vague in this regard is we haven't settled on the preferred alternative off the bridge, and that this doesn't say what it would be. It doesn't say it would not be that the city wouldn't choose for it to be the bridge in the current alignment for primarily bicycles and pedestrians.
Then we should just leave it out, I think. I mean, if it's not going to be, if we're not making a statement because we know what we want, then I think we should just leave out the bridge. That's not about the EIR unless we're going to do what Mayor Burt said, which was let's study the different alternatives in this EIR. Because this is about the commenting on the EIR. It's not about the bridge.
Yeah. Wolbach.
And let me just say one last thing on this. When we say the city's choice of preferred alternative, we don't infer that that's a unilateral choice of the city. We're saying that, you know, the city has a voice in what the bridge alignment will be, just like East Palo Alto does. It would be what we would be saying would be the preferred. In the same way that when our residents were saying, let's have a no bridge alternative, we're really saying, I don't think we can unilaterally impose a no-bridge alternative, since the bridge also lands in East Palo Alto. We've got to work out the solution together. But we also want to say, in the same way that we've said on the other thing, that these super bridge ideas and something that they could unilaterally impose. We recognize that it's dynamic and there's an interrelationship.
Councilmember Holman? Sorry, Councilmember Wolbach.
Okay, so procedurally, just want to make sure, I'm okay with moving forward with a letter, but my question is, can we give general direction without wordsmithing it tonight for staff, the mayor, for staff at least to make some tweaks before sending it?
I mean, we can have a motion that has general direction, or we can just have comments.
Okay, then I'll offer a motion. Councilmember Scharf or Schmid may have, or others may have additions they'd like to make, but I'd like to move that we strike paragraph 3 on page 4 of the letter. That we also remove any references to displacement, and I could get my reasons for that if anyone's curious. And that we add, at some point in the letter, that Palo Alto does not oppose nor seeks delay of East Palo Alto's consideration of additional housing supply. And also, the Palo Alto recognizes co-location of housing near jobs may have a positive impact on traffic by facilitating bicycle and pedestrian commutes.
Let me just say that you're getting into policy statements there just as bad as what we were talking about before.
Like I said,
an EIR is to evaluate alternatives and impacts. It's not to draw conclusions about what's good and bad in terms of the project. So,
well, I'm open to tweaking this to make it more amenable and appropriate for comment on a draft EIR. I'm getting the concepts out there.
Well, let me try an alternative then to your motion, just to move this along. Sorry. That we request that the city manager modify the letter so that it focuses more on evaluation of impacts and alternatives, including related to the Newell Bridge. And I'll just pause as an aside. That would mean that we'd be looking at what could be negative impacts of one set of alternatives and what might be positive impacts of another set of alternatives, a more pedestrian-oriented and mitigations that might expand biking and those kinds of things. So back to the motion, and then we can have that it not that the letter avoid specific advocacy pro or con on amount of housing development, but focus instead
on impacts.
On impacts.
Yeah, I would second that, or Corey can if you want.
I jumped in to try and save your motion, but if you want to instead see if you want to have a second, I'll put mine aside for the moment, and if not, then I'll offer mine as an alternative.
You want a second or not?
Was there a second for mine?
I don't see one.
Nope. Okay. Well, I guess we'll work on the substitute.
So then I've got this motion as...
so I'll second the motion.
Okay. That's seconded by the Vice Mayor. I don't think I need to speak further to it.
Yeah, I think this is what we were talking about, at least what I was talking about, was, and I hope staff gets that it's, let's take out the advocacy out of the letter. and modify the letter to focus more on evaluation of impacts and alternative clues related to the new bridge. Avoid specific advocacy. And I would also like to see, and I just want to make sure that's included in your motion, that they also do look at the impacts on traffic and stuff of having housing in those locations, about whether or not that would maybe reduce traffic.
Yeah, we can say impacts pro and con.
Yeah, impacts pro and con. I think that's the right way to put it.
Councilmember Holman.
So, clarification on this, please. Are you saying, you're talking about paragraph 3 on page 4. So are you saying delete that paragraph and replace it with the language here? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, my motion failed.
So what I'm saying is that it would be modified as reflected in this motion.
So this third paragraph then would be modified to address the comments here, not replace the comments.
Yeah. The motion is general guidelines of the emphasis of the document and including modifying that paragraph, but not attempting to come up with wordsmithing tonight. And I'm not going to be receptive to a bunch of amendments that are wordsmithing. We need to get out of here and leave it up to the city manager to respond to our guidance.
Yeah, it's, well, I'll just leave it at this. I think staff is on the right direction. I think some of the language having to do with the bridge may have been a little bit edgy, but I think their original letter is pretty close, and with these comments that don't eliminate the impacts identified by staff, I think that's the direction to go.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, I too am sort of not comfortable with council wordsmithing these kinds of things, and I think in these kinds of things, pretty good is good enough. In this particular case, I do agree with Councilmember Scharf that the Vice Mayor that that one sentence reads like a threat. So as long as that can change, I'm good with it.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I think the letter as it stands meets the motion, so maybe changing one sentence, but I think largely the letter stands the way it is and it meets the motion.
Councilmember Wolbach?
Yeah, I would just ask that we also, as part of this, limit or remove assumptions regarding a displacement.
I'm good with that. I don't think it's elsewhere.
I can't do a Control F right now, but I believe it's just there. But that one paragraph, the motion to remove that paragraph has been, was not successful.
It's the only place.
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm okay with eliminating reference to it.
Thank you.
Okay. No lights, vote on the board. That passes unanimously with council members Niss and Berman absent. So that concludes our agendized meetings. Do we have any council member comments? Councilmember Holman.
If there aren't any others, if there are other comments, go ahead with those. I'd like to adjourn the meeting in this meeting.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Just briefly, the Cities Association had a meeting and voted to support a regional minimum wage, which Mayor Burtz will get more information. It's late. I don't think I could explain it all. And I was just appointed to the ALUC, which is the Airport Land Use Commission.
Great.
Councilmember Wolbach.
A couple things. First, I was hoping for an update on when the minimum wage would be going back to, for Palo Alto, would be going back to Policy and Services and then ultimately coming to Council because we want to make sure we do leave our businesses time to adjust to our planned escalation to 18 by 18 and any interim changes. Also wanted to mention that I attended a vigil last night at the Billy DeFrank LGBT Center in San Jose late yesterday afternoon. It was well attended, including a few of our county supervisors and other electeds from around the region showing support for our LGBT community.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Just wanted to say, Councilmember Scharf, Philseth, and I attended the community meeting on airport noise last week. We had about 100 attendees. I think Cash did a great job moderating the meeting, keeping things moving forward. We had several members of the select committee there, including Joe Smidian. And so the select meetings, I think, are coming up starting next week. 15th and 29th. Yeah. And then Councilmember Holman Philseth and I participated in the Stanford commencement over the weekend. It was pretty interesting. Ken Burns spoke quite a bit about one of the candidates running for presidential office. So. He's a Trump supporter.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
I was just wanting to adjourn our meeting this evening in support of the community of Orlando and the tragedy that they've been facing.
And on that note, the meeting's adjourned.